Politik UIN Walisono merupakan fakultas yang lahir bersamaan dengan lahirnya UIN Walisono. Jadi transformasi IAIN menjadi UIN kemudian memunculkan antara lain Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik. Dan fakultas ini menerima mahasiswa yang pertama kali pada tahun akademik 2015-2016. Di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik terdapat dua prodi atau jurusan, yaitu prodi Sosiologi dan Ilmu Politik.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam perkenalkan, saya Plenary, wakil dengan satu Fisip UIN Walisono Semarang. Saya ucapkan selamat datang di kampus Green yang berbasis kepada Smart Campus serta Unity of Science yang akan mempersiapkan kita semuanya untuk menjadi mahasiswa serta akademisi yang memiliki keahlian di bidangnya dan sekaligus memiliki kecakapan beragama dan kemampuan spiritual yang dibutuhkan oleh masyarakat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Torhatul Khair, wakil dekan 2 bidang administrasi umum, keuangan dan perencanaan, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Islam Negeri Walisono Semarang. FISIP adalah fakultas dengan tenaga pendidik, alumnus luar negeri dan dalam negeri dengan fasilitas 15 kelas penuh dengan multimedia dan juga ruang ber-AC dan menerapkan good university governance.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Amin Fari, MAG, selaku Wakil Dekan 3 Bidang Kemahasiswaan dan Kerjasama. Tugas saya adalah untuk mengordinir dan memberikan semangat serta pengembangan organisasi, kemahasiswaan, dan kerjasama. Kerjasama baik di dalam bidang pemerintahan seperti KPU, DPR, Bawaslu, Kesbangpol, dan sebagainya. Juga kerjasama terkait dengan beberapa swasta seperti perusahaan dan beberapa lembaga-lembaga LSM.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Atif Fatoni, Ketua Jurusan Ilmu Politik Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Islam Negeri Walisono. Ilmu politik merupakan ilmu yang sangat update, ilmu politik yang sangat betul-betul bisa merespon zaman, sehingga bidang ilmu sosial yang terkait dengan konstruksi terkait keilmuan politik, maka kemudian peran studi politik inilah kita tahu yang namanya politik menjadi pilihan yang sangat digemari, unggul, dan kemudian menjadi lebih yang tinggi di Fakultas Ilmu Politik dan Universitas Semarang. Sehingga akhirnya ingin mencetak generasi yang luar biasa yang kita miliki dan untuk negara. Prospek dan lulusan ilmu politik Fakultas Ilmu Politik Universitas Semarang memiliki aneka lapangan kerja yang sangat luas, baik di pemerintahan, swasta maupun perusahaan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Muhammad Barbudi, Ketua Program Studi Sosiologi Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Politik UIN Walisono Semarang. Program Studi Sosiologi berdiri sejak tahun 2015 dan kini telah teragregasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Program Studi Sosiologi memiliki keunggulan mencetak sarjana-sarjana ilmu sosial menjadi dosen, menjadi peneliti, menjadi aparatur negara, pegawai BUMN, lembaga sosial masyarakat, pekerja sosial, jurnalistik, entrepreneur, mediator konflik.
Visi Fakultas Riset Terdepan dalam Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik berbasis pada Kesatuan Ilmu Pengetahuan untuk Kemanusiaan dan Peradaban tingkat Asia tahun 2038. Misi 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran ilmu sosial dan ilmu politik berbasis Kesatuan Ilmu Pengetahuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan profesional dan berakhlak al-karimah. 2. Meningkatkan kualitas penelitian dalam ilmu sosial dan ilmu politik untuk kepentingan keilmuan, keislaman, dan kemasyarakatan. 3. Menyelenggarakan pengabdian masyarakat berbasis ilmu sosial dan ilmu politik yang bermanfaat untuk pengembangan masyarakat. 4. Menggali, mengembangkan dan menerapkan nilai-nilai kearifan lokal dalam kerangka ilmu sosial dan ilmu politik. 5. Mengembangkan kerjasama dengan berbagai lembaga dalam skala nasional dan internasional dalam kerangka ilmu sosial dan ilmu politik. 6. Mengembangkan tata kelola kelembagaan profesional berstandar internasional. Memiliki fasilitas gedung 3 lantai dengan parkir yang luas, ruang administrasi dan kantor, ruang dekanat, ruang kaprodi dan dosen, ruang kelas dengan AC dan multimedia, ruang sidang, perpustakaan dan ICT Center, kantin, tenis meja, lapangan futsal, lapangan sepak bola, wall climbing, masjid, Ma'had Al-Jami'ah, dan gedung serbaguna. Unit kegiatan mahasiswa FISIP UIN Walisongo, Bineka Kelompok Pekerja Seni, FNTRE FISIP Entrepreneurship, Forsa Forum Studi Bahasa, FSC FISIP Sport Club, Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Ilmu Politik, Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Ilmu Sosiologi, Kiai, Quran dan Ajaran Islam, Referens, Jurnalistik, Senat Mahasiswa FISIP.
kesehatan dengan tetap memakai masker dan duduk di tempat yang sudah disediakan dan menjaga jarak. We are really thankful for the all committees on democracy and social transformations for ICON DEMOST 2021. And we are also thankful for all distinguished guests and participants for attending this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start in a minute. We would like to inform you that this event is abide by the tight health protocol. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector of State Islamic University Wali Songo, Professor Dr. Imam Taufik MAG. Vice Rectors of State Islamic University Wali Songo, Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Dr. Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth M. Hum. The heads within State Islamic University Wali Songo, respectable speakers, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Kepada yang terhormat Rektor UIN Wali Songo Semarang, Bapak Profesor Dr. Imam Taufik MAG, yang kami hormati para wakil rektor dan kepala biro, yang kami hormati Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Ibu Dr. Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth M. Hum, segenap para pimpinan di lingkungan UIN Wali Songo, para narasumber, tamu undangan, peserta, dan hadirin Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia.
Let us express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for blessing us the opportunity to attend opening ceremony of the first International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformations, or ICON DEMOST. This conference focuses on humanity and the changing of social and political landscapes in post-COVID-19 world. This event is held by the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, State Islamic University Wali Songo, from 15 to 16 September 2021. Then, let us send a sincere prayer, may the peace and blessings upon Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala pada hari ini, Rabu 15 September 2021. Kita dapat bersama mengikuti acara pembukaan Konferensi Internasional Demokrasi, Sosial, dan Transformasi ICON DEMOST yang diselenggarakan oleh FISIP UIN Wali Songo Semarang. Salawat serta salam semoga tetap terabadikan ke pangkuan beliau, Nabi Agung Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to lead you to recite Basmalah to mark the opening ceremony.
Mengawali serangkaian acara pada hari ini, marilah kita buka dengan bacaan Basmalah bersama.
Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the next is singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. The attendees, we request you to all rise.
Menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya, hadirin dimohon berdiri. Hadirin disilakan duduk kembali.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now allow us to invite Dr. Talhatul Khair MAG for leading the opening prayer.
Untuk kelancaran acara pada hari ini, marilah kita berdoa bersama yang akan dipimpin oleh Bapak Dr. Talhatul Khair MAG.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad fil awwalin wa salli ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil akhirin wa salli ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil mala'il a'la ila yaumiddin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma lakal hamdu hatta tarda wa lakal hamdu idha radid wa lakal hamdu ba'da ridha. Allahumma lakal hamdu syukra wa lakal mannu fadla wa anta rabbuna haqqa wa nahnu abiduka riqqa wa anta lidzalika lam tazal ahla. Allahumma ya muyassira kulli asir wa ya jabira kulli jabir wa ya jabira kulli kathir wa ya muqawwiya kulli dha'if wa ya mughniya kulli faqir. Allahumma ya muyassira kulli asir yassir alaina kulli asir fataysirul asir alayka yasir. Allahumma ya man la yahtaju ila bayani wa tafsir hajatuna ilaika kathir wa anta alimun biha wa basir. Allahumma rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina ya maulana innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Allahumma ij'al hadzal muttaqa wa hadhihi al muhadarah nafi'an mubarakan linashril ulum walil jami'ah walil ummah walid dini wal watan. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'a wa amalan salihan mutaqabbala wa rizqan halalan wasi'an mubaraka. Allahumma rzuqna fahman nabiyyin wa hifdzal mursalin wa ilhamal malaikatil muqarrabin. Allahumma adfa' 'anna al bala'a wal waba'a wal wala'a wasyada'id wal fitana wal mihan ma dhahara minha wa ma batan. Allahumma la tada' lana fi majlisina hadza dhanban illa ghafartah wa la hamman illa farrastah wa la 'aiban illa satartah wa la maridan illa syafaitah wa la hajatan laka ridha illa qadaitaha ya Allah ya rabbal alamin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-Fatihah.
Moving right along, it is now our pleasure to welcome Dr. Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth M. Hum as the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, State Islamic University Wali Songo, for delivering welcome speech.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, selanjutnya sambutan selamat datang dari Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik. Kepada yang kami hormati Ibu Dr. Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth M. Hum, kami persilakan.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'du. The Excellency Director of the State Islamic University Wali Songo and all of the Vice Rector, Deans, Head of Center and Director of Postgraduate Program and the Head of Bureau attended in this room and online. Very much pleasure to Allah for His beneficial and merciful, for give us all of the benefitful of our life in this time. And also greeting for the last messenger, Muhammad, peace be upon him. The Honorable all the invited speakers, both from Indonesia and abroad. May I mention them one by one. From Indonesia, we have Professor Husnul Mar'iyah from University of Indonesia, and then Professor Andi Fefta Wijaya from Brawijaya University. He is the head of Dean Forum of Indonesia. And then Mr. Peter Suwarno and Saud Ali from Arizona State University. He is on online. And then First Columbian from Frey University, Amsterdam, Netherlands, and then Edward Aspinall from Australia National University, Australia, Mr. Azmil Toyib from USM Malaysia, and Prof. Jude William Jenilo from ULEB Bangladesh, and from internal of the State Islamic University, we have Bapak Muhyar Fanani, Dr. Muhyar Fanani MAG. He is the former of the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science, State Islamic University, Wali Songo. Thank you very much for your availability in this conference. And also all the audience and participants attend in this room and also in Zoom room. Pak Rektor and all the head and management of UIN Wali Songo, the speakers and conference participants, I will convey several things on this important event as the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Science, as well as on behalf of the committee of this conference. The first, related to the title of the conference, first ICON DEMOST, International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation. This title will become the branding of the Faculty of Social and Political Science, State Islamic University, Wali Songo. This conference is expected to become the annual meeting of social and political scientists with a fixed timeline in September of each year, and it will become the mark for the anniversary of this faculty. I hope this agenda will enrich the existing scientific agendas held by the Faculty of Social Science in Indonesia. And that when it called ICON DEMOST, so the image will go on the Faculty of Social and Political Science, State Islamic University, Wali Songo. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, all the speaker and also the participant. Yeah. This event, I hope, will encourage the spirit of researching and writing, also disseminating the result of research, and at the end it will increase the publication of the lecturer. Second, related to the conference theme, humanity in the changing of global politics and social landscape in post-COVID-19. We set this theme in relation to the fact and data that pandemic of COVID-19 has really scattered the existing order of social process. Everything changed. In such a context, it is interesting to talk about these changes. To frame this discussion from the academic, we divide into 5 major sub-themes. It is humanity and political identity, security, environment, gender, and one student panel. Third, Rector, related to the abstract submitted to this conference committee until deadline on August the 1st, there are 74 abstracts. Due to the large number of the participants, we organized this conference into 2 days, on September the 15th and 16th, with the opening and plenary session on September the 15th and the panel session tomorrow in the September 16th. It is important to mention too that in the panel session, apart from the conference presenter, there will 3 special panels in this conference, 2 I mean, namely the panel from ULEB, this is networking panel, and also from FORDEKIS, the forum of the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science of Indonesia, and also student panel. The submitted article will be later reviewed and published in a Scopus Index proceeding, and also in the journal article will be published in ScienceThe 2 within the circle of State Islamic University Wali Songo. We hope that this event will become an academic event that is beneficial for the development of Tridharma perguruan tinggi through engagement of higher education. For this important event, we hope that Pak Rector would like to deliver his keynote speech and also officially open the first ICON DEMOST held by the Faculty of Social and Political Science, State Islamic University Wali Songo. Finally, I personally and on behalf of the head of FISIP UIN Wali Songo, the Faculty of Social and Political Science, State Islamic University Wali Songo, would like to say thank you for the support of the head and management of the State Islamic University and all partners, as well as the committee of this conference. We also apologize once any shortcoming in this management. And also, we will say welcome to all the participants, both online and offline. And the end, this is some proverb, bougainville, pohon yang bunganya berwarna-warni, menghias taman kampus yang asri. Kami memohon kepada Bapak Rektor yang kami hormati untuk membuka konferensi pada pagi hari ini. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now it's our honor to have Professor Dr. Imam Taufik MAG for delivering keynote speech. And afterwards, we would like to request Professor to officially open International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation 2021.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, marilah kita simak dengan seksama sambutan dari Rektor UIN Wali Songo Semarang sekaligus berkenan untuk membuka acara. Kepada yang terhormat Bapak Profesor Dr. Imam Taufik MAG, kami persilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, thumma alhamdulillah. La haula wa la quwata illa billah, amma ba'd. Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo Semarang, Honorable Dean, Vice Dean all faculties, and Director and also Vice Director of Postgraduate Program UIN Wali Songo Semarang. Respectable invited speaker, Pak Peter Suwarno, PhD. Saya melihat tadi Pak Peter hadir. Beliau guru kita, terutama yang mengajari bagaimana melakukan konflik resolusi di UIN Wali Songo Semarang. Terima kasih Pak Peter hadir membimbing murid-muridnya kembali. Respectable invited speaker, Prof. Short Ali from Arizona State University. Thanks. Dr. Frick Colombin from Netherlands University, Prof. Judge William Kiniro from the Bangladesh, Professor Edward Aspinall from Australian Nation University, Dr. Asmil Tayyib from Malaysia, Professor Ibu Husnul Maria from Universitas Indonesia, Prof. Andi Velta from Fortekis, Indonesia, Forum Pimpinan FISIP, and also our local part from Professor Misbah Julfa Elizabeth, and also Dr. Muhyar Fanani from UIN Wali Songo Semarang, and distinguished participant and guests, ladies and gentlemen. All praises and thanks belong to Allah, the One, the Almighty, the Most Merciful, and the Most Beneficent. May Allah grant us with the help, blessing, and also opportunity to attend the the National Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation entitled The Humanity and the Changing of Social and Political Landscape in the Post-COVID-19, held by the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo, Semarang. Secondly, may the peace and blessing of Allah be on the last prophet and messenger of our Master Muhammad, his companion, and also those who follow in his footsteps until the end of the time. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo Semarang, I would like to welcome you all, either directly or virtually, especially for all the respectable invited speaker participants from overseas, as well as domestic participants in UIN Wali Songo Semarang, our smart and green campus. Thank you for your support and enthusiasm. This conference has attracted hundreds of participants from around the globe. All papers were selected strictly to meet the cluster of themes. Plenary session will be divided into many of themes regarding the humanity and social transformation. If we speak about the COVID-19 number of cases in Indonesia, I think consistently decreasing. But unfortunately, the slow trend is not yet defining an end of the pandemic. This prolonged pandemic situation demands society to perform adaptation and negotiation as responses toward COVID-19 intervention and regulation. This particularly everything, every activity, every mobility, and the lifestyle of society are changing to adjust a new life order. In fact, action to perform new life order has resulted in some problem. First, the varying level of responsivity and also the adaptability in the society. There is a gap on how people affirm to new world order. Some people falsely believe that COVID-19 is not an actual danger and express resistance toward COVID-19 intervention regulation. The second problem, I think, is how the new life order distracts many of previous living patterns in the society. So the first International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation, this international conference give us, and I give the biggest appreciation for the initiative and the willingness to provide an academic forum to discuss the distinguished topic, the interest topic in humanity and changing in social political landscape in the post-COVID-19. I would also like to honor all of the speakers and participants from their intention to share all perspective and also experiences while dealing with the social changing during the pandemic situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate coping strategy for the post-COVID-19 situation is to perform and to improve the social ethic, which is to strengthen the values of priorities. We have witnessed how the society perform action of the supreme humanity. People conserve the life-keeping values, have the nafas by the action of wearing masks, maintaining the physical distance, and also they're committed to stay in the currency. This action creates a social behavior system to achieve higher value of the social responsibility and also to greater the concern of humanity. Values of plurality should be the fundamental ethic and ultimate foundation for every mankind throughout the world, for the sake of better social sustainability in the future. Ahmad Shauqi, a modern Arabic poet, wrote, "Innamal ummamul ahlaku fa in humu dhahum." Nation are strong with their moral. If there's moral gone, they gone. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is the significant and material contribution to the international collaboration. In my point of view, I think there are many contributions for this national conference. The first, the importance of contextualization and understanding on religious knowledge and values, culture, social politics, without reducing the values of humanity. The spirit of changing and revolution must be based on humanity and civilization. Aspect that I would like to highlight is the importance to be committed toward technology development, which implies to accept democracy and religious moderation, which may result a better social interaction and coordinated political approach. The freedom of democracy is what we were fighting for. I think will be able to contribute in the development of sciences. Because humanity, as we mentioned, we integrated in the social and political sciences, created identity, and education. As the director of UIN Songo Semarang, also honor the faculty political sciences. So thank member of committee for the experiences and also reward from the review toward the post-19 social changes. This is the part how we dedicate our knowledge and skill for the greater development of humanity civilization. I hope this conference will benefit for the life, for the humanity, and also for the civilization. On behalf of University Islam Negeri Wali Songo Semarang, I declare in the opening of this event, reciting basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Enjoy the virtual international conference. I have a fruitful discussion. Saya tidak membaca pantun, sudah diwakili oleh terima kasih. Ihdina mustaqim wal muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as this event is officially opened, on behalf of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, State Islamic University, we would like to thank you and let us recite hamdalah together.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, demikianlah serangkaian acara Konferensi Internasional Demokrasi Sosial dan Transformasi ICON DEMOST yang diselenggarakan oleh Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik UIN Wali Songo Semarang. Dan marilah kita tutup dengan bacaan hamdalah bersama.
Kindly get ready for the plenary sessions which will follow today, and the parallel sessions which will be conducted tomorrow. Please enjoy all the sessions. And finally, I'm Kartika Indah Permata.
Dan saya Sohah Mufrihah mengucapkan terima kasih. Akhirul kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to present to you the first plenary sessions on humanity and social transformation, which will be moderated by Bapak Nur Hashim MA. He is a Wollongong University's graduate that is now a lecturer of sociology. Bapak Nur Hashim, time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Kartika. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone who joining us in this room, and also for all participants who are joining us from Indonesia. And because there are also some invited speakers and also participants who joining us from different continents, I would like to also greet them. First, I would like to greet invited speakers who are joining us from Arizona State University, Professor Soad Ali, and also Pak Peter Suwarno, who are joining us from Arizona State University in the US. And I would like also to greet invited speaker, Pak Frits Colombins from Free University Amsterdam. So now it's a very early morning, ya Pak, yeah. And then also I would like to greet our colleague and friends who are joining from Dhaka, Bangladesh, Prof. Jude William Janilo, and friends who are participating this conference from Dhaka, Bangladesh. And dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say thank you for joining our first international conference on democracy and social transformation. And the theme for this year, we focus on the issue of humanity and the changing of social and political landscape in post-COVID-19 world. And this conference is also special for me, but also for my faculty. I mean, the Faculty of Social and Political Science, because this is the first international conference that we organize. So this is very special. Although there are so many challenges, obstacles that we face during the preparation of this conference, however, finally we are here in this conference. Thank you for all participants who submitting your abstract, and also we would like also thank you for invited speaker who confirmed to their availability for this conference. And we also do appreciate to all conference community members with their hard working and dedication. Finally, we organized this conference. This conference is also possible because of support from and assistance for our partners, Arizona State University, Classic Middle Eastern Studies, and then University of Liberal Arts Bangladesh, APSIPOL, APSI, For the Keys, IP, Rumah Jurnal Ilmiah Indonesia, Relawan Jurnal Indonesia, and also Sintatu Journal of UIN Wali Songo. Dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, as you may know that this conference is organized as a response to rapid change of our social, economic, and political life due to COVID-19 outbreaks. And also, as you may know that This conference is also organized to create a space for scholars sharing their ideas and perspective on how to deal with the pandemic. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, just a few housekeeping issue for all participants. Please mute your microphone when you are not talking, and then please fill attendance form that we post online in the chat room. This is for your certificate, and also please during the QA session, please post your questions in chat room, and then we will select and invite participants to ask directly to our invited speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy. We have about 5 invited speakers joining us today. As you may know, the first speaker, I will little bit change the order of the speaker. The first speaker will be delivered by Peter Suwarno, PhD from Arizona State University, and then after that followed by Prof. Sod Ali from Arizona State University as well. And then after that, I'm going to invite Ibu Elizabeth, Zulfa Misbah Elizabeth. Sorry, this is quite difficult pronouncing our deans, you know. So Ibu Alice is already here with me in this conference room. And then after Ibu Alice, and then followed by Prof. Jude William Janilo from Dhaka, Bangladesh. And then Pak Fricks, due to the time difference, Pak Frick will be speak at the end of this plenary sessions from joining us from VU from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to start from the first speaker. I would like to invite Pak Peter Suwarno. Hello, Pak Peter.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us this morning, Pak Peter. Now
Thank
it's
you.
already, what time now?
It's after dinner time. It's almost sleeping time.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Pak Peter Suwarno, for joining our conference this morning. Yeah. As you can see from the conference manual, Pak Peter Suwarno is going to talk about science, religion, and politics, issues and challenges in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic in the US and Indonesia. As mentioned by Pak Rector, that Win Wali Songo has a very close relationship with Pak Peter, because Pak Peter has trained some lecture about the conflict resolutions. And also from, you can see from the conference manual about his CV, now he is an associate professor and director of undergraduate studies at the School of International Letters and Culture. He is also a faculty member of the Center for Studies and Religion and Conflict at Arizona State University. His teaching and research interests include Indonesian language, linguistic, religious, communication, and Southeast Asian religion and conflict. He published papers in these areas and authored dictionary of Javanese proverb and idiomatic expression. Pak Peter, now time is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Nur. Selamat pagi, selamat malam, selamat siang, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, I would like to express my gratitude
to the rector of the university, Professor Dr. Imam Taufik, and also the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science, Social and Political Science, Ibu Dr. Misbah Elizabeth, Zulba Elizabeth, and also the organizing committee members, including Pak Nur Hashim. I really appreciate this opportunity to be able to present my paper in this great conference. So the title is already mentioned. If I may, probably I will just share my PowerPoint. Let me see here. PowerPoint. So this one, nope. Nope, that's not it, sorry. Let me just delete this.
That's okay, Pak Peter.
Oh, well, okay, I thought I was ready. I totally put it up there, but okay. Let me see now if I can look at it and then see if I can share. This is PowerPoint. Yeah, there you go. All right. So, maybe I can do it that way. Yeah, there you go. Can everybody see it? Can you see it? Yes? Yes or no? Can everybody see it?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So the title is Science, Religion, Politics, Issues and Challenges in Dealing with the COVID-19 Pandemic in the US, in Indonesia. So I'll make a little bit of comparison, Indonesia and the US, but mostly it will be about the US because the majority of you already know more about Indonesia. So historically, the contestation is between religion and science. The scientific community says that religion is not important. Religious community emphasize the importance of religions, de-emphasizing the importance of science. So religion, but I want to show here that religion, research shows that religion is important for mental health and psychological well-being. But religion can also hamper scientific efforts. And also research shows that too. And the contestation between religion and science is never about religion and science only, but always involving politics. So politics will be the third construct that I'll involve in the discussion, because politics tend to be more about power and less about welfare or well-being of humanity. And in the end, what I'm trying to show you is that science continues to be the most answered thing in improving humanity well-being. So science will be the most steadfast, okay, we want it or not. So that's kind of a hard thing for religious community to take, but I'll give some of my argument. It doesn't mean that we're going to eliminate religion, but this is just... So to show you the history of the pandemics or epidemics, this is like the 5 maybe major recorded epidemics in the world throughout the history of humanity. The big one, European Black Death, millions of people killed in the 1300s. Strains of flus in the 1918, 1919, Spanish flu. That was really horrible. Hundreds of millions of people killed, actually, throughout several years. And then stages of cholera. There's 3 European Black Deaths, strain of flus, cholera. During this time, actually, there were not much scientific advances yet. There were some efforts, but not quite as great as now. And starting HIV/AIDS, remember how deadly it was, HIV/AIDS? Starting 1981, if you have AIDS, you have no hopes. But then years later, you have hope. As a matter of fact, nowadays, people with HIV/AIDS actually can live a long life and healthy, productive life because of advances in science, okay? And now what is really amazing is in the COVID-19 pandemic in the 2019 until today. Well, the conference says that the post-COVID-19, no, we're not post-COVID-19 yet. We are in the middle of the pandemic, and that's why we're talking about this controversial thing. What is amazing is that in 1 year, to get the vaccine of flu, it takes years or decades. For HIV, more than 10 years to get the vaccine. For COVID-19, it's about a year. We already got the vaccine, and with high efficacy. Of course, there are changes and challenges because of the new variant and all that. So, what I'm trying to say is here, religion does play a very important role. And in time of crisis, people rely on spirituality. People get consolation. They got peace. They got hope. They got certainty when there is nothing certain about epidemics, okay? But with the increasing awareness and focus on physical world, on the nature, exploitation and investigation of nature, we as humans are better able in addressing the pandemics and other human crises. So if you look at the conflict between religion and science, it always involved politics, even at the beginning. So one of the most starting conflict between science and religion was marked by the execution of Galileo. Remember the history of Galileo's execution by the political power of the Catholic Church? It was not just religion and science. It was the political power of the church. Okay, and then the debate goes on actually on religion. The big one here is Huxley-Wilberforce Oxford debate on evolution versus creation in 1860s. It was a big one. Now it didn't stop there. As a matter of fact, this conflict between religion and science, evolution and creation, lasts until today. As a matter of fact, it's a big one in the United States. That's what polarized the politics of the United States between the Republican and Democrats. Republican tends to be supporting the idea of creation, and Democrats tend to support the idea of evolution. And it affected our educational system in the US, the K-12 curriculum in the South. They had to practice in the red state, the Republican states. They were forced to recognize, to incorporate the idea of creation. Whereas in the blue state, the Democratic state, they're more emphasizing the idea of creation. So that the conflict between creation and evolution are extended beyond just that. This is about science and religion in a way too, because it extends to the debates on origin of Earth, climate change, stem cell research, environmental issues, including global warming. It is debated throughout the world, and it involves those three constructs that I just mentioned: science, religions, and politics. So the interplay of the three variables continue even during the pandemic. The COVID-19 is not free from the debate of those three variables: religion and science. Okay? But it's also politicized. Now in the US, you already know that the conservative, right-wing Republicans supported by the white evangelicals, Christians, are the ones who are mostly anti-masking, anti-health protocols, and anti-vaxxer or anti-vaccination. So that's what's going on. So that's why it is not surprising that a lot of scientists actually, they don't like religion's discourse, trying to try to hamper scientific endeavor. So one of those advocates, of course, are from the atheists and scientists and philosophers, Richard Dawkins, Lauren Krauss, Sam Harris, and others, are the one who consistently argue that there is no compatibility between science and religion. Religion is just a nuisance. It should be get rid of so that we are free in pursuing our scientific endeavor for the welfare and well-being of humanities. But other scientists like Francisco Araya, Kenneth Miller, John Knox, and others actually believe, yes, science and religion can be compatible. So I will discuss that more, especially in application to Indonesia, because Indonesia is a religious community. So how do we perceive and accept science in Indonesia? And then later I will argue also that actually Indonesia is more successful in that regards, especially in regard to COVID-19 pandemic's policies, okay? So in the past, Christian minister preached the pandemics is God wrath against sinners' immorality, unsanitary greed. So they have faith-based, spiritual-based justification. But those justification actually weaken, okay? In line with the decreasing number of religiosity throughout the Western world. So in line to the increasing evidence of rational scientific explanation of human crisis, including today's COVID-19 pandemics. Okay, there are more advances in biomedical science, but the moderate Christians in Indonesia, and probably I would say also Muslim community in Indonesia, trying to sort of combine the compatibility of science and religion. A lot of preachers are now starting saying that scientific and biomedical sciences are parts of God's works, okay? Actually, it started from early on Martin Luther writing during the bubonic plague in 1500s. In his writing, Martin Luther, okay, the reformist Christian Protestant, he said that I shall ask God to mercifully protect us. Then I will fumigate the air, I will administer medicine, and I will take medicine. You know what that does mean? Even Martin Luther at that time recognized, of course, the importance of prayers, the importance of religion, but at the same time also he recognized the importance of science, okay? So let's look at the statistics now about the religiosity, because religiosity is playing a very important role, not only in the discursive contestation between science and religion, but also in dealing with a pandemic like the COVID-19, okay? So, in the past, Peter Berger, sociologist, there are many other sociologists like Peter Berger, but I only read Peter Berger's, the one that I know. He predicted religion will decline its role because of secularization. So industrialization, Renaissance, Enlightenment, and advances in scientific endeavor lead to this secularization of the world and de-religiousization. So people will get less religious. And he, in 99, at least 99, the one that he wrote, is that he recognized actually that he was wrong in predicting that. Religions thrive, religious community grows actually. So he was not completely right. He was true. He was right probably in Western Europe. There is a significant decline in religiosity in Western Europe, but definitely not in America. But even in America, there is also a slight decline. If you see 70% in the 99, the year 99, still 70% of Americans said they're affiliated to a religion. And 2018, only 50%. And in 2021, even up to 47%. So only 49% of Americans thinks that religion is important. So the drop is significant, especially among the younger generation. Christian members now, well, that is growing. So I'll show you the statistic a little bit here. You look at the statistic, well, I don't see the number here. The green here is the fundamentalist evangelical Christian in America, which accounts for about 24% or almost 25%. So that's a quarter of Americans actually belong to evangelical Protestant, including the white evangelical. They're pretty stable actually in terms of number. But if you look at the mainstream, mainline Christian, Lutheran, Presbyterian, Episcopal, Methodist, even the Catholic, they're going down from about 30% in the 60s into now about 10%. So if you look at it, Christianity declined in among the moderate Christians. and stable among the more fundamentalist evangelical Christians. And the blue one represent the non-affiliation, I would say atheist and agnostic. That is increasing from 5% into now about 22%. So if you look at it, the contestation between religion and science and continue. It's not only religion and science, but also the idea of secular and religious issues is also contested, and with the involvement of politics. Okay. So if you look at that, how about in Indonesia? Well, Indonesia is a religious nation. We don't separate religion and state. And Indonesian must have a religion, must embrace one of the 6 approved religions because of Pancasila. So the Pew Research studies actually shows that 90% of Indonesians believe in religions or have moral values based on religions, and also prayers to God is important part of their life. Okay, so the structure is different between the U.S. and the Indonesian. Okay, in Indonesia, it is the conservative, the evangelicals, about 24-25% of the American citizen who are in alliance with Republican Party. Remember, I mentioned before how Republicans and conservative evangelicals are in alliance, in opposition against science, but also they refuse science and scientific evidence. They defy any Democrats' government policies, usually scientific-based, including the pandemic policies, the masking, the vaccination. Okay. The issues is debated now from the federal level to the state level. So if you're in the blue states, you're more likely, Democrats, and a lot of masking, vaccination rate is higher. If you're in a Republican state with a lot of white evangelicals, then vaccination is low, compliance to the government health protocol is also low. In Indonesia, this is very interesting. So Indonesia do not separate religion and state. We have Pancasila. We do not have that much of a problem of affiliation between ultra-right religious groups opposing the government protocols. Yes, there are some, of course. But the majority of Indonesian clerics, Muslim clerics, or religious leaders are also part of the political system. So if they are part of the political system, it is highly likely that they also support the government. Now, the government of Jokowi tend to be secular, okay? Meaning embracing the scientific discoveries, including vaccine. So when in Western world, the experts of COVID-19 advocating masking, advocating vaccination, Indonesians were quick to accept those kind of protocols, okay, or health protocol in Indonesia. So that's the difference between the US and Indonesia, and I'll mention more on that. So, okay, back to the religiosity of white evangelicals. The more, so research shows, the more intense the religiosity of evangelical Christians in the US, the more likely they embrace conservative Republican values, the more likely they downplay the threat of COVID-19, and then the more likely they also reject do not comply to the government advocated health protocol, masking, and vaccination. Okay, so white evangelical concept a political movement. So white evangelical is not a religious movement only. It becomes now, with the alliance of the Republican Party, becoming a political movement that rejects scientific data, that refuse the danger of COVID-19 and health protocol. So it also affects the willingness to vaccinate. Remember, vaccination is very important. Vaccination determines the success of the mitigation of COVID-19 pandemic. And in America, if only the majority of the American people are willing to get vaccination, or also following the health protocol, including masking, then most probably the hospitalization would be low in the US. But the problem is there are many American, again, Republican, evangelicals, religion and politics again, that refuse vaccination. So, Pew Research survey shows that US adults willing to take vaccine, remember, it was high actually in February 2020, 69. And also May, it was pretty high actually, because there were newly discovered vaccine that were, that boasted the efficacy, the efficiency, the effectiveness. But then it goes down because there are a lot of debates, a lot of mass media, social media enclaves that exchanges information on hoaxes, conspiracy theories, and disinformation that help decline of the willingness of the vaccination, 51% in September, and then going up a little bit again to 60%. This is for the whole American communities there. And atheists, if you look at that, atheists, the reason, so the atheists, the agnostic, the mainline Christian, the Catholics, these are the moderate religious, there are 95% willing or got vaccination or already got vaccine, 70% of cap. That's the high. White evangelical, only 45%. So that's low, okay? What is the result of that in the US? So the US, the experts say, if only the majority of the American people are willing to get vaccinated, so by June, if you got 70% of the US population vaccinated, we would have contained, significantly contained the pandemic. But because of the unwillingness, we have 90, even today, I just checked like yesterday actually, 95% of hospitalization are among the unvaccinated. The unwillingness to accept science, again, driven by religious as well as the Republican Party, okay? And that realization, so this is what I call the reality hits. People know now that your neighbors got COVID because they're not vaccinated. Somebody you know died because they're unvaccinated, okay? So in August, it was only 52% of the American citizens or American people who were fully vaccinated. But by September, about yesterday, it was 62%. There's a jump of about 10% in 1 month. The reason being that reality hits. Hospitals are full with COVID-19 patients in the US. So again, the data of the science actually showing it to the religious people who believe that they are safe from COVID-19, and they're not safe, okay? That's what I'm trying to show you. So, the reason that Republicans are rejecting the health, the scientific-based data and science, finding, discovery of COVID-19 is, and then also the protocols, is because they have the rhetoric of liberty. And this is rooted in the rhetoric of the pilgrim. The pilgrim from Europe coming to the US, again, is also religiously related. They come here to be free in practicing whatever religious belief they have, okay? No intervention from the federal government. So these are a lot of the important Republican Party leaders who give comments about the importance of liberty. Why are they refuse masking or social distancing or vaccination? It's mostly about liberty, personal choice, okay, private responsibilities, okay. And then they also added with hoax. Oh, you think only among the third world countries that hoaxes and conspiracy theories are rampant? No, even in the advanced world like America is inundated by hoax, disinformation, and conspiracy theories, mostly because this is started with a Trump. This is like the Trumpian kind of a group's a political movement, okay, to enhance hoax, disinformation, conspiracy theories, and for the purpose of no compliance against the government, okay? So, But science continues to make progress. Science continue to give real answers, okay? And people notice, where is the answer of the science? Hospitalization are high among the unvaccinated. Those who are vaccinated works. Of course, there's a Delta variant. Of course, it's not completely perfect, but science works. And religious people, conspiracy theorists are all faced with this reality. So in Indonesia, this is amazing. This is what is different in Indonesia. Even if you are religious, with the help of MUI, I'm going to jump to MUI, which is the Indonesian Council of Ulamas. This is the benefits. It's not always beneficial for the sake of democracy, but at least in terms of pandemic, this is actually beneficial. What is beneficial? Because the marriage between religion and politics in Indonesia, in which religious leaders are part of the political system. You know, the vice president of Indonesia is a very famous cleric who is former chairman of MUI, Kiai Ma'ruf Amin. Is very powerful politically, and he says that the vaccines is halal. This is like defying all even the scientific fact that actually the vaccine may contain a forbidden, a haram substance, you know. But the MUI, Indonesian Council of Ulama, actually issue verdicts that actually support the government. And this is really important in the fight against COVID-19 in Indonesia. Now, the problem in Indonesia is not the compliance. If I isolate the compliance, even vaccination is pretty high.
Excuse
so
me,
I would like to...
Peter, can you hear me?
Yes.
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 About 2 minutes more, please.
2 minutes, okay. Okay, 2 minutes. So, Professor Azumadi Azra, a very famous professor and scholars of Islam in Indonesia, actually commented that Indonesia, this proved that Indonesian Muslims are moderate Muslim who are willing to embrace, you know, scientific data, you know, scientific finding, you know, in terms of COVID-19, because the majority of Indonesians are willing to take the vaccine, masking and following the protocol. Of course, there are disobedience here and there, you know, but the majority of the Indonesian, despite the fact that 96% of the Indonesian population are religious people, they comply with the scientific based protocols by the government, and that is really interesting. So another thing is that if you have hoax in America, they thrive because they have a social media and enclaves where group of people can exchange hoax and conspiracy theories. In Indonesia, we have the Minister of Information who clamped down and published any information that are hoax, and that also helps a little bit. Now, I just would like to conclude because of time. Religion and science always engage in discursive contestation, historically. But at the end of the day, we are hit with the reality. The reality is that, yes, religion can help with mental health, psychological well-being, peace, spirituality, okay, and hope, even certainty, that science cannot give. But at the end of the day, in order to save humanity, we really have to rely more on science. And it's because of scientific data. Now, this does not mean that we disregard the important role of religion. Again, religion is still very important, but those two can be combined like the way in Indonesia. Indonesia, in my view, can be a model in this regard, where the religious community happily embraced the scientific data and the scientifically based health protocols. In Indonesia, the problem may not be about following the health protocols. The majority of the resistance of following the health protocol is for economic reasons. People have to go out, people have to interact just because that's part of their livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Peter, for interesting and thoughtful presentation, especially when Pak Peter providing us a framework to understand the situation of our society during the pandemic or during COVID-19 outbreaks. When Pak Peter mentioned about the contestation between religion and science, and I think there are the third point that very interesting within the contestant between two things I mentioned, religion and science, involve politics. I think this is a very good a framework to, for instance, for me to understand the debate about between the pro-vaccine and then contra-vaccine and other issues in Indonesia. But I think in the conclusion, Peter mentioned about the difference between the U.S. and Indonesia. For instance, when some people in Indonesia reject vaccine or health protocol, most of them not because of the religious reasons, but because of the economic reason. I think this is also a quite interesting explanation. Thank you, Pak Peter. For participants, if you have any questions, please, you can write down in the chat room, and then afterward we will select and invite you to ask questions to invite the speakers. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the second speaker. I would like to invite Professor Suad Ali, and I think related to the first presentation, still about the debate between probably in different terms about the Islam and secularism. Probably Prof. Suad Ali will give us an understanding about the issue of Islam and secularism. Thank you, Prof. Suad Ali, for joining us since in the morning when we just started open the Zoom meeting. Prof. Suad Ali is already with us, and you have to wait for a while for following the opening ceremony. Sorry for that. Now your turn. But before I give time to Prof. Suad to share her perspective and ideas, I would like to share a little bit about her short biography. Professor Suad is a founding chair of the American State University Council for Arabic and Islamic Studies. She is also director of Arabic Studies and serves as a head of Classic and Middle Eastern Studies. She is also a professor of Arabic Literature and Middle Eastern Islamic Studies in the School of International Literature and Culture at Arizona State University, USA. She is also a Fulbright Scholar. She is the author of Religion, Not a State, Ali Abdul Razik, Islamic Justification of Political Scholarism. She is also co-editor of The Road to Two Students and author of Perspective of Five Quiet Women in Leadership Role, Feminism, Islam, and Politics. So there are many more information about her. Okay, now I would like to invite Prof. Suad Ali to present your perspective and ideas. Prof. Suad, now time is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. I really delighted and honored to be here, and I'd like to thank you all for this, kind invitation. And I'd like to thank the director of the university, Imam Tawfiq, and Dr. Imam Tawfiq and Dr. Zulfa, Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth, and Mr. Noor Hashim, who has been very helpful in communicating, all of the conference information to us, and to my colleague, Professor Peter Suarno, who had invited me primarily for this conference. And I'm Fahad Ali, and from Arizona State University, as Mr. Noor Hashim kindly introduced me. Thank you very much indeed for this appreciated introduction. And so I was really impressed by Imam Tawfiq when he began with Ahmed Shawqi's line, إنما الأمم الأخلاق ما بقيت فإنهم ذهبت أخلاقهم ذهب. When he gave you the translation for that, that morality is the most important thing for nations, and if the morality is gone, everything is gone. Thank you very much indeed. So as I begin, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. So thank you. The topic, is about, Islam and secularism as comparable, not controversial. So as I wrote in my abstract, any call for separation of religion and state in Islam had the ring of Western-inspired secularism that most early Muslim scholars felt they could only reject. My study refutes this notion that religion and state are intertwined or inseparable in Islam, and addresses the issue of Islam and modernity, political secularism, and we emphasize political secularism, not secularism in general, concluding that Islam is a religion, not a state. The study examines the seminal writing of the Egyptian reformist scholar, Dr. Ali Abdul Razik, often regarded as the intellectual father of Islamic political secularism, and his argument that the caliphate should be considered a human innovation rather than a religious imperative. Abdul Razik contended that Islam is a religion, not a state, a message, not a government, a major departure from the traditional view that religious and political spheres are intertwined and inseparable in Islam. This analysis critically challenges prevalent misinterpretations of Islam that have endured for centuries. The study recognizes the varied models and discourses that have arisen throughout different epochs, especially so the role that Western intervention has played in placing the question of Islam's modernity at the forefront of intellectual debate. Throughout, the study emphasizes the atmosphere of openness and tolerance that is a prerequisite for free, intelligent debate. Although detractors denounce Abdul Razik's ideas as a foreign corruption imported from the West, careful analysis and objective and scholarly examination of Ali Abdul Razik's work reveals that his arguments are not based in Western thought, rather they sit firmly with and within dictates of Islam's sacred texts, specifically the Quran and the Hadith. Within the broader focus on this important international conference on democracy of humanities and the changing of social transformation and the political landscape in relation to COVID-19, it is very important to mention that in Islam, some hadith narratives spoke about cautioning against pandemics in general since the advent of the religion in the 7th century. In one hadith narrative, for example, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is quoted as saying, "If you hear that a pandemic has occurred in one land, do not enter it. And if a pandemic afflicted your land, do not leave it." At that point, he was talking about الطاعون. إذا سمعتم الطاعون في أرض فلا تدخلوها. وإذا حل الطاعون بأرض أنتم فيها فلا تخرجوا منها. Which is exactly what I said in English now. Clearly, from this hadith narrative, the Prophet cautioned his followers against the spread of pandemics. It is interesting to argue that at that early time of 7th century Arabia, although the majority of Muslims claim that the Prophet established a religious state, This paper argues that, in fact, Islam advocated a political atmosphere separate from religion, keeping in the tenets of the religion itself. The discussion is based on the strong argument advocated by Dr. Abdul Razi, concluding that Islam is a religion of the state. Within the theme of democracy and political social transformation, such a reflection on the background of this issue of Islam and political secularism, democracy and modernity all become quite important. Muslim debates over the relationship between state and religion have their point of origin in the immediate aftermath of the death of the Prophet Muhammad in AD 632. During the Prophet's lifetime, Islam had spread throughout its original homeland, Arabia, and had established itself as an organized system of communal life in Medina and beyond. However, because the Prophet Muhammad neither named a successor nor clearly delineated a specific form of government, Muslims have throughout the last 14 centuries engaged in continuous discussion of and experimentation with various models of governance. Jurists, philosophers, and theologians have set forth diverse theories of the state within the Islamic frame. Sunni jurists have, for the most part, focused on the Khilafah, the Caliphate, that originated with Abu Bakr and was ideally represented by him and the three who ruled after him, Khulafa al-Rashidun, while the Shi'i counterparts have devoted attention to the more dynastic Ali Imamate. Recently, a third voice among Muslims has advocated a theory of a modern political secular state without losing the depth of religion. Thus, it is a political secularism that does not affect people's private beliefs. Through the interaction between diverse viewpoints, Muslim political thought has been shaped in both evolutionary and revolutionary ways, surviving conflict in one era and undergoing division and differentiation in another. Beginning in the 19th century, Muslim discussions concerning the state, not only within the Middle East, but also throughout the Islamic world, especially in Asia as a whole, have been characterized by the conflict between two forces, commonly described as tradition and modernity. The main concern in these discussions has been with the question of reconcilability of the relativistic values of modernity, hadatha, and with the need for authenticity or rootedness, asala. Advocates of rootedness argue that it is essential that the integrity of age-old principles be maintained in the face of changes forced on Muslims from the time of colonialism, when the indigenous Islamic culture was threatened by the imposition of Western values. On the other hand, proponents of tajdeed, reform or renewal, and hadatha, asala, have been advocating the integration of Islam with modernity. According to these Muslim intellectuals, Islam has always, in accordance with its primary text, the Quran and the Hadith, emphasized the inevitability and necessity of tajdeed, renewal. Furthermore, from its beginnings, Islam has had the capacity to revive itself in the name of its high tradition, neither in the name of the West, nor on its populist idealization of folk culture. Thus, renewal, revitalization, reform, and reconciliation and reconstruction of religious thought have extensive roots in the Islamic tradition. This sense of tajdeed or renewal, ingrained as it is in the Muslim tradition, is epitomized in the saying of the Prophet Muhammad, God shall send to this ummah at the head of each 100 years a person who shall renew its religion for it. This capacity for renewal has created and engendered vitality at the heart of Islam that has been evident in the practice of ijtihad, independent inquiry, through which equilibrium has been maintained. Simultaneously, it has fostered the institutionalization of the power, authority, and autonomy of the ulama, the religious scholars, and the mujtahidun as the living conscience of the ummah. A development that militated against the manipulation of the religious establishment by the state. In effect, difference of opinion within the Islamic ummah, as a famous hadith remark, has become a sign of Allah's mercy. اختلاف أمتي رحمة. Difference between my nation is mercy, as the Prophet said. One example is the creation of Islamic jurisprudence with its 4 schools of thought. the Hanafi, the Maliki, the Shafi'i, and the Hanbali, and the elaboration of the law as the work of private scholars unaffiliated with the officialdom. Despite the aspirations of caliphal regime, to the contrary, it was to remain so throughout subsequent centuries. Both the Umayyad that ended in 650 and the Abbasid era that ended in 1258 with the invasion of the Mughal to Baghdad. Those dynasties failed to manipulate the scholars, and the caliphate had to give up claim to legislative power and to resign itself to being the instrument of the implementation of the law of scholars of books. Nevertheless, later periods in Islamic history witnessed different forms of stagnation, including the manipulation of the authority of such institutions and their ulama to serve the status quo and its political agenda. The latter period of the Ottoman Empire could serve as an example. The late Egyptian writer Ali Abdul Razik, who died in 1966, fall within the category of Muslim thinkers who advocated tajdeed, renewal, and who fell victim to the manipulation of religious authority by the state. In this case, it was Al-Azhar that was manipulated by the Egyptian palace to condemn Abdul Razik's book. The publication of his book Al-Islam وأصول الحكم بحث الخلافة والحكومة في الإسلام, Islam and the Foundations of Rule, Research on the Caliphate and Government in Islam in 1925 by Ali Abdul Razik, gave rise to a raging debate in Egypt whose dust has never quite settled in the years since. What made the debate so heated was the fact that Ali Abdul Razik was the first Azhar educated scholar. He was also the governor of the judge of the Mansoura court. He was the first Azhar scholar with the rank of alim, religious scholar, to declare that Islam is a religion, not a state, a message, not a government. The main thesis of Abdul Razik's explosive book was clearly at variance with the dominant Muslim thought of that time, which perceived Muhammad to be the founder of a state as well as a religion. His call for separation of religion and state had the ring of a Western-inspired secularism that most Muslim scholars only had to reject, as I mentioned earlier. The debate continues more than 90 years after the publication of Ali Abdul Razik's book, drawing even wider attention to his ideas and spreading his thought throughout ever-increasing intellectual and political circles. However, this ongoing debate is just one aspect of the many facets of the current Muslim condition, which includes debate on Islam and politics, Islam and modernity, and Islam and governance. This study examines Abdul Razik's book against the background of this complexity and attempts to give an account of the importance of this argument as a modern and liberal thought in Islam. The urgency of such an investigation becomes particularly significant in the midst of the resurgence of Islamic fundamentalism, extremism, and Islamist ideology that argues for and believes that the idea of al-Hakimiyya lillah, sovereignty is to God, in some contradiction and some misinterpretation, a conviction that shapes the Islamist ideology on the state and governance. Al-Hakimiyya lillah concept with which Sayyid Qutb, who died in 1966, the same year Ali Abdul Razik died, largely influenced subsequent generations of Islamists as reflected in the recent activities of such groups as Egyptian Tanzim al-Jihad or Al-Qaeda or Daesh today or many other organizations. Sayyid Qutb was armed with the message that Muslims had the responsibility to struggle against the forces of Jahiliyyah, the age of ignorance, in the 20th century, just as the Prophet Muhammad fought the forces of the Jahiliyyah of the 7th century, in order to reinstate the perfect Islamic community and, most importantly, to restore God to his place as the only rightful sovereign and to ensure that the Sharia, the divine law, was the only law governing the Muslim community, even though all of those who are claiming to rule by the Sharia today are just displaying a very distorted concept of the Sharia. This categorically stands in contrast to Abdul Razik's advocacy of the political secular state, modern state, and a separation of religion and state based on arguments utilizing the traditional sources, the Quran, the Sunnah, Ijma, consensus of religious scholars, and Qiyas, reasoning by way of analogy, to prove that Islam is a religion, not a state. So the following setting for the significant history of the debate over Islam and political secularism of politics, democracy. This analysis discusses this argument, contextualizing Abdurazik's argument that is a religion, not a state. This is important as it provides a historical background to highlight the conditions under which Ali Abdurazik controversial argument was formed as they proceeded then. In particular, while it is actually compatible with Islam, particularly this analysis contextualized Ali Abdurazik in his immediate Egyptian context and explored the complexity of the intellectual setting in which he lived. Now, I was planning with a talk to Mr. Nur Hashim that I would share my PowerPoint, but I just realized when he told us that it's about 20 minutes, my PowerPoint is very long, so I thought I would just keep some aspects of it instead of sharing it, and so that's what I'm doing right now. So I'd like now to speak about critiquing the concept of the caliphate. So surveying Ali Abdurazik's book is very important to this analysis. The central thrust of the book consists of his critique of the caliphate and his argument that Islam is a spiritual message unrelated to politics or government. He asserts that Muhammad never established or headed a government, as he was merely a messenger assigned with the task of conveying and proclaiming a religious message. This being the case, Abdurazik asserts that we cannot deduce from the sources of Islamic norms any recipe for the kind of government or rule that Muslims should follow. According to this argument, Muslim as an ummah community, or rather as a network or of communities, should seek the kind of government that is best suited to their needs and concerns, utilizing the intellect that God has given them, and disregarding those calling for an Islamic government while they are distorting Islam, or a restoration of the Khilafah, the Caliphate, whereas there were so many problems with those caliphates, especially the Abbasid and the Umayyad and the Ottoman, actually. Abdurazik denounced the notion of the wujub, necessity of a Khilafah, arguing that these ulama, and with them the great majority of Muslims, have wrongly supposed that the Caliph possessed absolute authority, having received such authority from God. Abdurazik, as Islam was a religion, not a state, and as the Prophet was a messenger, not a ruler, it followed that Islam does not prescribe a certain type of government, nor does it demand a specific political system, whether that of the historic caliphate, some of the or other system. Accordingly, Muslims are free to choose the type of government that suits their time and circumstances without bringing religion and politics together and without losing sight of their own religion in their own private lives. Now, there were many detractors that criticized Abdurazik's book at the time. So actually 3 books were written in 1926, and the book was written in 1925. So there have been negative detractors to this, and there were 3 books, one of them written by Sheikh Muhammad Khidr Hussein, who died in 1958, and which was published in Cairo in 1926. 1 year after Abdurazik's book was published, and the book was Naqd al-Islam Usul al-Hukm, refuting the book Islam and Usul al-Hukm, and there was another, the one that I was, Mamduh Haqi, and published in Beirut in 1960, along with the Dar al-Haya, and that's the one that I'd like to, but before that, quite a different view of Abdurazik's argument was later published recently by the Tunisian historian and intellectual Muhammad al-Khalibi in his book عيال الله أفكار جديدة في علاقة المسلم بنفسه وبالآخرين, new ideas of the Muslim's relationship with himself and others. So there were many other commentaries on Abdurazik's book may also be found in the writings of Albert Hourani and Charles Adams. Adams' book was originally the first part of his PhD dissertation submitted to the University of Chicago in 1928 to the graduate faculty of the University of Chicago. His book, which included a short discussion on Abdurazik, was first published in 1933. Both Hourani and Adams discussed Abdul Razik as part of a larger study of Muhammad Abdu's disciple. Muhammad Abdu died in 1905. So Imam Muhammad Abdu and Imam Jamaluddin Afghani were, Abdul Razik was a disciple and a student of them. So with regard to the hostile responses, they just completely tried to refute Abdul Razik's argument, in my opinion, with no success, because all of the arguments represented by them, and I cannot go into that in details in this very short presentation, were actually refuted in the book by Abdul Razik himself. So this critical study by Mamdouh Haqqi and the commentary and criticism along with the Beirut edition, in his critique, Haqqi argued that Abdul Razik questioning of the validity of the notion of the dual role of the Prophet Muhammad, that is to say, as his being both messenger and head of the state. He argued that should the Prophet be less than Moses, David, or Solomon, and the Prophet's work and role in building state does not at all deviate from his mission as a messenger, this is because Islam is not only a religion, but like Christianity, but it's both religion, and so on. So this is actually, this is the line of his argument, which is completely discussed and refuted by Abdul Razik in the book that he ignored. So this part I want to conclude for this part, that this study with an account of how Abdul Razik thought has been a subject of relentless criticism and challenge since the early days of his book's publication in 1925. Political and religious evaluation of Abdul Razik's ideas followed similar strategies in that they tried to discredit both the historical and juristic foundation. Scholars who tried to deem the book's argument irrelevant on the grounds of its supposed indebtedness to Western ideologies rather than to Islamic ones were not dissimilar to those who try to discredit the religious foundation of the author's reasoning. In the final analysis, all of these critiques reflect on the fact that Abdul Razik's argument continued to pose a serious challenge to the entire fabric of the Islamist political thought until today, more than 90 years after his death. This discussion will not be complete without reflecting on the Sunni theory of the Caliphate, which literally indicates that Abdul Razik thought is an antithesis to the Caliphate theory of Al-Mawardi theory, Umamid, and so Al-Mawardi, Al-Baqillani, and Ibn Taymiyyah, through to Ibn Khaldun. So all of these ideas were refuted in Abdul Razik's book. So clearly the publication of Islam Usul al-Hukm, Islam and the Foundations of Rule in 1925 precipitated a stormy intellectual debate whose dust did not settle for quite a long time. The main reason for the intensity of the controversy of that is that Ali Abdul Razik was the first sheikh with the standing of an Azhar alim ever to declare that Islam is a religion, not a state. The central thesis of the book was at variance with main currents of Muslim thought, which was always considered, that had always considered Muhammad a founder of a state as well as a religion. Thus, his call for separation of religion, state, was seen by most religious scholars of the time as an intrusion into Islam of a secularism alien to its spirit. As was previously noted, according to Muhammad Amara, when the book was first published, its danger was seen as lying not so much in the fact that it was calling for a political secular state and a separation between religion and state, but as in the fact that the idea was being propounded by an Azhar on the basis of the traditional Islamic type of argumentation based on the notion of the four sources usul. Those sources the book was arguing gave no indication.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I think you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, sure. I am done. I'm almost done. Okay, so, I guess, to conclude in here, such a short, presentation. And the question that needs to be asked in conclusion for future studies is, what are the implications of the political secular state argument in Islam for the debate over Islam and politics, Islam and modernity, Islam and democracy today. Although this analysis was initially meant to be a reflection on the argument that Islam is a religion, not a state, and to provide a new outlook on a work that has been at the center of debate for a considerable period of time, it goes beyond that to scrutinize the condition of Islam and the state of in their complex representations, cultural discourses, and historical developments. The continued debate about this argument of separation of Islam and the state and religion is actually premised on a central issue for Muslims throughout the ages, namely the relationship between religion and politics. Different epochs have produced many models and intellectual discourses about this issue. Increasingly, it becomes clear that an atmosphere of openness and tolerance is a major requisite for this debate to produce results. The study also indicates that as long as liberal and moderate arguments such as that of Ali Abdul challenge existing Islamist and radical issues and extremist issues and ideas, this argument will remain an important and pivotal addition to Muslim discourse in this field and for any discussion on politics and democracy in Islam, emphasizing the religion's compatibility with modern political systems, including political secularism. As Charles Adams has argued, Ali Abdul Razik belongs in a spiritual and intellectual succession with Muhammad Abduh, and despite the fact that he exhibits characteristic differences in interpretation, he represents a modern and liberal development of a movement which Abduh inaugurated. Such a movement has provided a scholarly enterprise for researchers in the West and East for further studies. And as we now talk about the aftermath of COVID, the atmosphere is open for so many discussions. And I'd like to stop here and thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you, Prof. Saad, for introducing the perspective of Ali Abdul Razik in discussing the issue of Islam and secularism, compatibility, not controversy. And I think this framework is, I think, is quite interesting, especially when we're dealing with the current situations, as you mentioned in the earlier, in your early presentation, that basically Islam is not really, Islam is already giving a foundation on how to deal with the pandemic, for instance, by saying, by mentioning about the hadith, with that we now call it as a lockdown or community activity restriction. And also you mentioning about how our Prophet Muhammad is not really giving exact mechanism on succession, meaning that we have an open perspective on about the issue of politics and so on. And so I think this is a quite interesting presentation, and also introducing this thinker, especially for us here in State Islamic University Wali Songo, the people who doing Islamic studies. I think the introduction of the Abdul Razik thinking is quite interesting. Thank you, Professor, for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank
Dear
you.
audience, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the third speaker. This is the speaker coming from our home. I would like to invite our Dean, Ibu Dr. Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth and whom. So I have to be careful.
No mistake now.
Mentioning the name of our date because it's sometimes quite difficult. Okay, Ibu Ali is going to present her paper on a blur identity in pandemic time. Humanity respond to what COVID-19 in social media. Yeah, I think this is a quite interesting topic when everyone most of people using social media is means of communication, sharing opinion, perspective, and so on and so on. Before I give a time to Ibu Alice, I would like to share with you guys a little bit information about her. She is now the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Science, State Islamic University Wali Songo Semarang. She got her master from Gadjah Mada University, as well as her PhD from the same university, from the Department of Anthropology, Gadjah Mada University. And then she also participated many international programs, such as short course in the US, in Dutch, in Australia, mostly about the conflict resolutions and mediation and gender study. And also she is a editor-in-chief of journal Sociology Wali Songo. This is one of our journal. So please, if you have a paper, you can submit to this journal. Now it's accredited ScienceThe 2. So and this is a quite prominent journal in sociology. And she also published many articles, both in national, international journal. The newest publication is Dynamic in Attaining Women Quota of 30% Study Among Political Parties in General Java Province, Indonesia, published in the proceeding of the first International Conference on Law, Social Science, Economic, and Education in 2021. So that is about Ibu Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth. Ibu Alice, time is yours. As other speaker, you have about 15 to 20 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you very much for the moderator, Pak Hasim. You may mention my name, the long name, in a true way. Okay, honorable our speaker in this panel, Pak Peter Suwarno, and then Ibu Prof. Sot Ali from Arizona State University, also Prof. Jude William Kenilo from ULab, and Mr. Frank Columbin from Vrije University, Netherlands. Thank you very much for the time. I will present my topic here in this very important event. It is my own research entitled Blurred Identity in Pandemic Time. It is a humanity response to COVID in social media. And what makes me interesting in this topic is that this pandemic is factually a health problem, but because it is pandemic, so the problem spread into other social process. The social process, not only the tangible one, but also non-tangible. The tangible social process include the process that involve interaction and transaction. For example, social and economical relationship. While the non-tangible is the one that we can not see and not observable. And I'm interested in the identity to look for the impact of the pandemic. And why I focus on the identity problem in this context? Because we will see in the next page. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because so many, all of the social process impacted by the pandemic. So one of the point that we will focus on is that the pandemic took long duration. So that is why it is very interesting. So I asked some problem in this research because the focus is on social media, and I took the networking of the platform of WhatsApp, and it is related to the so many break out of the pandemic, and in the mid of the break we found that the convalescent plasma is one of the effective treatment for recovering the COVID suffering. So this is the context. So what I want to ask here is how the social media expression in related to the treatment, and then why this expression come out, and what is the reason of the response. And so we will see here, maybe for the next the next slide. Yeah, that is the process on which I took the focus on. So there are so many breakout in our pandemic, and at least I observe the expression of the response in the social media from the first month of this year until the second breakout of last July. And this is the focus of the time. And the context that I would like to take as the problem here is that in the process of treatment for the COVID patient, so there is a finding that convalescent plasma is one of the most effective way for recovering the COVID suffering. And also because of this development, the institution in Indonesia, this is Red Cross of Indonesia, also disseminate this development, and also the organization of physicians also disseminate this. So that is why we see here factually, institutionally, or also personally, people finally spread out the information about convalescent plasma as one of the most effective way in recovering the COVID-19 suffering. But also we see that all of the institutions try to spread out the information, but we will see in the result of this research how people respond this. Because one of the consideration here, on the time people try to limit their activities, but in other way they need to take so many action in order to make their society and also their self become safer. So this is the contradictory condition that all of us face in this time. And in this research, I state two K word, K concept. It is related to identity and then humanity. What I want to underline related to humanity here is I focus on the aspect of humanity. It is about humanitarian. Because humanity is too general, and I want to take the focus only on the care and the spirit of help of the people toward other. This is humanitarian. And identity here related to person knowledge about himself. Who is he? Who is she? This is identity. So the problem of identity is usually related to many combining concepts, but majority is related to genealogy, race, for example, and then group. So we are so easy to say that I'm woman, I'm Muslim, because of our attached identity to ourselves. But also, who come from? Come from region or religion or also social group. This is identity that I want to underline to become the focus of this study. And humanitarian is the activities related to the nature and then spirit of one person or one group to other in order to help or aid the suffering side. The suffering here not limited to starve or hunger, but also pandemic in this context. So I underline this concept become the key concept of this research. Yeah. And seeing to the literature, the article in the journal, so many articles try to discuss and then about the pandemic. But if we see the literature review, we found that at least I found three general tendencies of the writer about the focus on the pandemic. It is related to education and then social relation and also economic. And economic, for example, how hard the person getting in the activities of economy in facing the pandemic because of buying force of the buyer is coming down, and then they are hard to find the resource for their activities in their economical life. And also there are some research focusing on the way of the economical activists in covering the problem in the context of pandemic. Once we see in the education point, we can find some many articles which focus on, for example, the process of education, both in basic level or in middle level of education, in covering the problem of banning on offline class, for example. So there are many research focusing on the way to enhance the capacity of teacher, for example, in managing online class. Also, the development of online method, not only maybe by the conference method, but also by any other. There are need information and technological capability. That is all the study that I try to find in the so many article in the journal. So my assumption is that social media use media symbol in conveying information so that they are able to influence the idea, attitude, and action of reader. So if we are trapped on the idea that social media usually trapped on our idea, so we are in a very isolated social, but here it is contradictory. Yeah. Even the social media here give the trigger for the social community to care other, because the social media use so many symbols attached in the capacity of the social media itself. And then the second, social relationship and caring are built up due to severe condition of the pandemic experienced by human life, because it is like a common consciousness in social theory. If we experience the common experience, so we will have the common reaction to one trigger. Yeah, this is the second of our assumption. So that is why on the time social media told us that someone need convalescent plasma, so many person react on that. And the third, our local value. As so many experts said, it is nearly fade away. It is triggered by the social media and then regenerate. Yeah, hidup kembali. Yeah, this is our assumption about the research. So what the method, I think it can be skipped. It is a qualitative research, and we use social media as the primary data, and then also the interview to the family of the patient and also the patient itself. Okay, yeah. We will see in the result here. Okay, please the slide. Yeah. This is the expression of the visuality. This is in the style of flyer style. Yeah, it is in the second break last July. So we see here they use the technology of visuality, not only word, but also they give some figure and also many kind of word to take the attention of people. And then the other we will see also, the next slide please. Yeah, this is the other expression, only descriptive, usually in our WhatsApp. Yeah, we only find the data of the need of the convalescent plasma like that. But we see here what the point that want to be communicated to the audience is, the first, there is one person need the plasma, and then requirement, and then also the contact person. This is 3 points we can find in the expression. So the next finding, after finding this expression, yeah, I will only underline the fast and very fast response, because this is only the thing that I interested in. The slow response I'm not interested, Pak Hamsi, because this is very interesting. Yeah, so fast in response, and how the response is, the first, she will share out to other group of him, and then the other, he will call the Red Cross and ready to become the donor, without knowing anyone identity. This is I underline as the blurred identity. So I find one of the informant. He is a young mom having the baby, because on the time she catch the information, after asking the permission from her husband, he go straightly to the Red Cross. You can imagine how the yes, I think how the risk of her in going directly to Red Cross, and she has a baby in her house. So you can imagine, after going to the Red Cross, she must do the plasma check, etc. It takes a long time. And after going back to her house, he must take a quarantine, because she interact to other. This is the risk. But she did that. This is, I think, one of the informant that I found. But I found too the other informant that factually they don't know who one the suffered, who is the patient. But he know there is one need the donor, so he go in a hurry. Yeah. After asking the reason why they respond so fast, this is only they are only respond that is our obligatory. That is our obligation. Based on our religion, we must add other. This is only Allah will give us. Also, it is very risky for us, but I'm sure with the management in the Red Cross, I will be safe. This is very interesting. And the other also give the reason. Yeah, we are so long in getting pandemic. How can we do if we are only indifferent in this condition? So that is why I must do my best for others. So the caring for others, and also the consciousness about global concern on pandemic, and also the scaring of the spread of the virus to others. And then they also reflect to themselves. Some of them have the experience, one of the relatives of family suffered by the virus. So that is why they act like this. Yeah, they reflect to themselves, if that happen on us, how can others help us? This is a reflection. And also the personal principle. Anytime anyone needs help, so we must do in a hurry. This is the reason of the person doing the aid. And based on this finding, I get the conclusion that factually, there is a change in our life. Also, we are concerned of the development of the technological information, but here we can find that there is a change in the activities, in the idea, and also in the attitude toward other because of the pandemic. Yeah. So here, I think media become the power to trigger our basic knowledge and basic idea in order to help others to become the new reality. And no consideration related to the group. once a person need that, so there is no question about what's your religion, what's your group, where do you come from. Only the drive to help, they do that. That is my last conclusion about my research, and we hope that because this is still on the way in writing, once any respond, question, and also comment, it will be very useful for the finishing of this article. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bu Alice, for the story. So, Bu Alice is like telling a story about positive change in our society. Yeah. So, one thing that Ibu Alice told us in this forum about the increasing sense of solidarity among people in our society during the pandemic or during COVID-19 outbreaks. As she mentioned about how people donate or plasma donor, become a donor for people suffering from COVID-19. And I think this is the positive story that happened in our society during the pandemic. And Ibu Alice also mentioned about the media, the role of media in facilitating this kind of solidarity. Yeah. So now people don't think about their religion, their social and economic status. Then they just support and help each other during the pandemic. So this is, I think, the story that Ibu Alice told us. Dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to move to the next speaker. I would like to invite my colleague, friends from University of Liberal Arts Bangladesh. I think Prof. Jude William Jinilo. Bu Alice already talking about social media, and now Prof. Jude William Jinilo from University of Liberal Arts Bangladesh going to talk about Southeast Asian perspective on humanity and social transformation in the post-coronavirus era. Yeah. Before I give time to Prof. Jude, I would like to share with you his short biography. Prof. Jude now is the head of the Media Studies and Journalism Department, University of Liberal Arts Bangladesh. He is also a director of ULAB's Institutional Quality Assurance Cell. He earned his Doctor of Philosophy and Master's degree in Communication from the University of the Philippine Diliman. He also has an undergraduate degree in Economic and Management from the La Salle University, Manila. Before joining University of Liberal Arts Bangladesh, he headed the postgraduate program of prestigious public relations school in Jakarta. So, yeah, Prof. Jude have been living in Indonesia for a while, so he know very well about this country and visited several cities in Indonesia. And he also served as a research fellow at the Kasetsart University Research and Development Institute in Bangkok, Thailand. He read a lot of books. Some of them is a book titled Community-Based Communication, a New Approach to Development Communications. And then he also co-editor of the anthology Bangladesh Changing Mediascape from State Control to Market Force. So he also co-edited a book with Muhammad Abdul Qadir entitled Revisiting Anwar Hossain 71, published by ULAB and Somoy Prokashoni in 2016. Prof. Jude, time is yours. You have 15 to 20 minutes to present your perspective and ideas.
Thank you very much. I'll be sharing my screen. Okay, so is this visible?
Yes,
I assume it's visible. Okay, so to our host, Walisongo University Faculty of Social and Political Science, to invited guests and participants of this conference, good morning to everybody. Okay, so this is the outline of my presentation, and from the discussion or the introduction given to me by Mr. Noor Hashim, you would see that I'm coming from a communication and media perspective, and that's why when I look at social transformation that's happening in society, for me, one of the most fundamental transformations has to do with how society communicates. And this would include information and communication technology, which includes the social media, which has affected the way the news flows from the news source to the audience. And we could see that it has changed a lot, and that because of this change, we have to re-examine what is happening in society, because we not only have a pandemic, we also have an infodemic. So these two side by side is wreaking havoc in our society. And I'm taking a look at it from a Southeast Asian perspective, because as Mr. Noor Hashim mentioned, although I'm in Bangladesh now, I originally came from the Philippines and then did my postdoc in Thailand and worked for 3 years in Indonesia. So went around the region. So I would like to discuss first about the gatekeeping function of media. When we talk about gatekeeping function of media, let's imagine that, in society, every day, a lot of events happen. Some events are good, some important, some not important. But then, how are these events reported to the public? And this is the job of the media. The media selects what events they report to the public. And they use the metaphor of a gate and the metaphor of gatekeepers. And you could imagine that this theory was initiated in 1943, so social media was not yet around at this time. So for information or news to go from the source to the audience, the people who decide what information to go through the gate is actually the media, mainly newspaper at the time, television, and radio. So this is how the news flowed from source to the audience. And they're using the metaphor of the gate, wherein we have a gate to keep people out. Okay, so you can imagine in your homes, you have a gate, your office, you have a gate, and we use a gate to keep people out. So in the same light, media keeps out information or news that are not good to be sent out to the public. So this was the idea of Kurt Lewin when he conceptualized the gatekeeping theory. And when we take a look at it in graphically, and this was done by McQuail and Vidal in 1981, N would be representing the news, and M represents the audience. So not all news in society goes through the audience, there are news items that are rejected, and it's rejected by the gate. Okay, so there is a gate here. News tries to go to the audience. Some are rejected, some are accepted. So that is how they were trying to represent news flow visually. And when we look at the gate, so you could see here, there is a gate. And let's take a look who are in the gate. Basically, the ones who man the gatekeepers, are the reporters and the editors. So the reporters and the editor decide what news would go to the audience or the recipients, okay, from the sources. So news editors and reporters just don't decide based on a whim. They have a criteria in selecting what news items goes from the source to the audience. They look at timeliness. Is the news relevant? They look at trends. Is it representative of a general pattern? Is there a novelty in the news? Has something like this happened before? Is there fame involved? Does it involve a lot of people? Is it known by a lot of people? Is there a celebrity involved there? Localization. Is this happening near us in Indonesia? Okay, and also significance. Is it important to the people? So there's a criteria when editors and reporters select what news to pass through the gate and what to stop. And aside from that, they also try to check whether the news is reliable or not. So they try to see, is it done by somebody respected in the academic community? Is it by research? Is it by somebody established? Is the evidence verifiable? So basically, they look at the reliability of the news source. So before it can pass through the gate, it has to be reliable and credible information source. So that was the main gatekeeping function. Now let's look at today's world, 2020, digital penetration in Southeast Asia. And we have some information here. So in Southeast Asia, which we know is composed of 10 nations, we have 665 million people. And we can see that almost, a lot of us even have more than one mobile phone. And that's why we can see that mobile connection is 135%, even more than 100%, because some of us has more than one phone. Internet users, 66%, so that's a lot. Active social media users, 63%. And we could see that the growth in internet users and the growth in social media users is quite high. Okay, so 8 or 7.7%. And when we look at the different countries in Southeast Asia in terms of ICT penetration, we would see that at the top end, you would see Brunei, Singapore, Thailand, and Malaysia. And then towards the end, lower penetration, Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia. Okay, so 2020 data. And when we take a look at how much time people spend using the social media, you would see that the Philippines would top in Southeast Asia, followed by Indonesia. Okay, so we are the most, we spend more time. Filipinos and Indonesians spend the most time using social media, and less time, which is actually below the worldwide average, would be Vietnam and Singapore. So we have that information. And when we take a look at, now that we know that internet penetration, ICT penetration is a lot in Southeast Asia, we now look at what is the source of the news. So we could see that online is already the most significant part or the main source of news. So you could see it in the 80s, 86 in Malaysia, 85 Philippines, 87 in Singapore, and TV has actually lessened. and print actually very low at this particular point in these three countries. And looking at it in the Philippines in particular, we would see that what device do they use? So basically, it's the smartphone. 75% of the people there use smartphones to get the news. And you would see other data here about social media messaging in the Philippines. Facebook number one, then lesser YouTube, and then Facebook Messenger. Okay. We can see a similar trend in Singapore. Facebook also number one as how they access the news, social media, newspaper websites, print, etc. So Facebook has now become number one source of news. And when we look at news consumption in Indonesia, you would see that, okay, 81% of Indonesian urban society keeps track of the news, so that's good. A lot of Indonesians track the news, but they track it more using the smartphone and television. And then who is the news consumer in Indonesia? It's more from the social economic class of A, 33 to 42 years old, and mostly male. So you would see that as the people who consume the news in Indonesia and what device they're actually using to consume the news. And we can see more detailed information here about when they track the news. So weekdays 12 to 15 p.m., smartphone being the main device, and very far laptop and office personal computer. And Indonesians use a multi-channel to do it. Indonesians track the news daily, 24% of them, but weekly is a lot, 60%. So we could see the news behavior of Indonesians, and we could see that because of the penetration of ICT, and then our news consumption habits changing, and Facebook now becoming the main source of information for the news. Now, if we revisit the media's gatekeeping role, from 1943 when the first theory was done, and now in looking at 2009, another theory the theory has changed, because in the past there was only one gate, and the gate is manned by the journalist, the editor, the reporter. But now we could see that there is another gate, and which they call the audience channel, wherein it goes directly to the people and actually bypassing the gate where the reporters, the journalists, and the editors are. And therefore, we could see from this model that the media no longer has a monopoly on manning the gate or limiting what information goes to society. And therefore, when we take a look at digital gatekeeping now, we could see that the ones who man the gate are journalists, because still some news pass through them, but also algorithms, strategic professionals, and individuals or amateurs are also selecting or doing the gatekeeping function, selecting what news goes to the audience, okay, from the news source. So that's interesting, and you would see that some people are saying algorithms are the new gatekeepers. And I think we have an idea of what algorithms are, because algorithms are actually some definitions about, when you use Facebook, they ask some information about you. And they know who your friends are. They know what news or what are the things you're interested in. And they create an algorithm for you. And that's why the news that you will be receiving depends on the algorithms Facebook has on you. And that's why algorithm has become a new gatekeeper. So Facebook has become a decider on what news you're going to receive. Okay? Same with Instagram, same with YouTube. So they give suggestions to you, and that was based on your algorithm. So Google, Facebook, Reddit, they use algorithms to decide what stories to show the viewer. And it is personalized in such a way that you create your own bubble of your own interest, and therefore you don't get to see other things that may be important, but you may not be aware about it because it's not in your algorithm and it's not shown to you by social media or by Facebook. Another gatekeeper are strategic professionals. Okay, and these strategic professionals decide what information goes to which type of users. So these strategy professionals could involve PR practitioners. They can involve election managers, and they use every media arsenal they have to get their message across. So that is what public relations strategies are paid for. They want to get their messages across. And therefore, they bypass the media or they work with print television, but their objective is really to pass through the gate or bypass the gate as long as their messages go to the public. And that is what the new gatekeeper is. Okay, and if we take a look at social media trends in 2020, this is in Singapore, TikTok will be part of social media strategy. Video consumption will continue to boom. There is a rise in augmented reality, more powerful paid social media ads. Live streaming will be more popular. So you would see that these are the trends on how to get your message across if you are a professional strategist. So you have to bear that in mind. And because they want to have their messages heard more, and this also includes the propagandists, they want to discredit mainstream media so that people will not rely or believe mainstream media more. They would believe the political strategists more or the professional strategists more. So this is an example in the Philippines wherein they coined the term prostitutes, okay, in which you could derive from prostitutes. Okay, but now they make it like the press are the prostitutes. So now they are by coining terms like this, they try to discredit the mainstream media or the press. And here is an example in the Philippines wherein President Duterte really had a reign of terror in his war against drugs. And a lot of people died, and even innocent people died because of the war on drugs. And the press was very critical about it. But then the propagandists of the Duterte government coined the term to discredit the media. So you would have this happening wherein media now is being discredited by these other gatekeepers, professional strategists, public relations, media strategists, propagandists. And this is a study done wherein cyber crawling is happening in Thailand and the Philippines. So any media critical of the government is subject to cyber trawling. And this is a phenomenon that is happening. So it is working. The cyber trolls, all these propagandists, and their attacks against mainstream media is quite effective. And you would see here in the Philippines, the brand's trust scores of the different media has actually lessened, especially the critical media. Rappler is one of the most critical media in the Philippines, and the trust rating has already gone down, one of the lowest among the media in the Philippines. The Duterte government is also very critical about this television station, ABS-CBN, and he actually closed down this TV channel because it was critical of his government. And you would see the trust ratings is actually, quite effective. The attacks against the media is there. Now let's look at the individuals or the amateurs as gatekeepers, because nowadays you can be a social influencer and you could communicate to many people and you can say anything you want to do, to say. You can use TikTok, you can try to influence, and even a few seconds of TikToking can go viral and become very influential. And there is no, it's like there is no accountability. There is no, unlike the journalists before, wherein when they select the news, they have to make sure it's from a credible source. And when they select the news, it has to follow criteria of newsworthiness. Nowadays, individuals doing TikTok or YouTube or whatever, they don't have set criteria that they agree on. Okay, so it just depends on person to person. Some bloggers are very ethical, but some are not. Okay, and if we take a look at Thailand, what do people download in 2021? So you see, it's TikTok, it's Facebook, F Messenger. Of course, they play also a lot of games in Thailand. So you would see that. So some TikTok stars in Indonesia, Malaysia are here, and they're very popular and they're monetizing about it. But as I said, the ethical values, the criteria of selecting, it really varies from person to person. So there is no editorial policy that they have agreed on or anything like that. Okay. So given now that there is the lack of accountability and the lack of checking news credibility, we now see the rise of the infodemic, and we see a lot of fake news. And we could see that misinformation are weaponized into fake news. They can be in the form of clickbaits, satire, propaganda, misleading or out of context information, or conspiracy theories, which actually was explained very well by one of the speakers today regarding the debate on whether to get the COVID vaccine or not. Okay? And we could see this a lot in social media. Claims of supplements found to decrease COVID contraction, Chinese companies developing AI to run COVID tests, and you would get the results in 20 seconds. Chips that turn us human beings into cyborgs or semi-robots, etc., etc. All this information or infodemic you see in social media. And when we look at the impact of the infodemic in Southeast Asia, you could see that it's really devastating to our societies. And here are the figures in July 2021 about cases, total new deaths, total deaths in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand really leading it. But you could see now even Vietnam and Singapore are struggling to contain because the Delta variant has come in. And so the epidemic is also affecting us as a society because of all this misinformation going to people. Okay. So how do we deal with the epidemic? If you look at literature, they would be suggesting ways. So one is rumor detection. Another one is fact checking. Another one is to make the audience more literate so that they're critical about what news they read in social media. There is also this concept of digital citizenship, wherein we are now all digital citizens because in Southeast Asia, most of us really are 66% internet users. another 60+% social media users. So as users, we have to be responsible in the way we use social media and not to just keep on sharing anything that we see without checking whether it's a rumor, it's a conspiracy, or whatnot. There's another way to control the epidemic, which is what we call deplatforming, wherein we remove access to people who spread lies on social media. And in fact, this happened in the United States with the former President Donald Trump. He was deplatformed in his Twitter account. And journalism also has to move towards solution-based, because sometimes journalists just talks about the problems, but they don't suggest any solution on how we can solve this problem. So these are some ways to deal with the epidemic. So I'll just summarize my discussion today. So one of Media's function is the gatekeeping, deciding what information should reach the public from the news source. With this important role, media has rules on newsworthiness and reliable news sourcing. With ICT penetration in Southeast Asia, a lot of information goes to the audience without passing the media. Hence, the new gatekeepers now include the algorithms, professional strategists, propagandists, political strategists, and individuals. The algorithms simply feed social media users what they want based on certain data that they have provided. Professional strategies either try to work or attack media gatekeepers since they want their messages to be heard the most. Individuals just share or create posts on social media. They don't, it's up to them what ethical standards to follow, what editorial policy they would follow. And TikTok has emerged as as a very popular social media tool for this purpose. And we all know what TikTok is, wherein, just a few seconds could become very viral. And without accountability, many of the information shared on social media are fake news, rumors, conspiracies, clickbait, propaganda. Fake news has dire consequence, as proven in the COVID situation that we see now in Southeast Asia. And that's why we should not only fight the pandemic, we should also fight the epidemic that we have. And I would end my discussion here. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Jude, for interesting presentation. This is like a media literacy session. Yeah? So this is really helpful in understanding the current situation, what Prof. Jude called as an infodemic, by tracing back about the media as a gatekeeper, and then the changing of the media consumption, and then media is not the only gatekeeper right now, because there is other new gatekeeper, as Prof. Jude mentioned, algorithm and even professional. And then from that discussion, then Prof. Jude bring us to understand about the infodemic, the problem of the infodemic, because of the changing of the news consumption in our society, about the due to the ICT penetration, as Prof. Jude mentioned, in some countries in Southeast Asia. And then I think the last point not only give us a framework to understand the situations, Prof. Jude also give us some important thing to do, like checking the rumors, and then fact-checking, media literacy, and so on and so on. I think this is quite interesting. And then, yeah, the key point that mentioned by Prof. Jude in the last presentation is, now we are not just dealing with the pandemic, we also have to deal with the infodemic. I think this is quite interesting. Thank you, Prof. Jude, for the sharing ideas and perspective. Now we're going to move to the last presenter. We go to Amsterdam. I would like to greet Pak Frick, Colombian PhD. Sorry for waiting, because this is also considering your suggestions and also considering the time difference between Indonesia and Amsterdam. So finally we decided that Pak Frick going to be the last speaker for this first plenary session. Okay, Pak Frick going to discuss with us about the corona pandemic in Netherlands. So after we discussing the pandemic in Southeast Asia, in the US, now we go to the Europe, and already with us, Pak Frick, Colombians. Before I give the time to Pak Frick, I would like to say a little bit about his short biography. Pak Frick is the head of the Department of Social and Cultural Anthropology of Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. His research specialized in urban anthropology and environmental history, and his current research focus on solid waste management in Indonesian cities. Okay, thank you, Pak Frick, for joining us, and sorry for waiting a little bit longer because of the we have to give another speakers to present first. Now time is yours. You have about 15 to 20 minutes to share your perspective and ideas. Pak Frick, please.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for convening this wonderful session and inviting me to this session. I would like to give a comparative. I'm hearing an echo, right? Let me see if I can. So I hope the sound is better now. Yeah. I hope to give a comparative perspective on what's happening in Indonesia, to give a view from Europe. And therefore I suggested, well, it's better first to have presentations about Indonesia, and then let me be the last. And I would like to thank Pak Noor for being flexible and putting me last in the schedule. Let me share my screen with you. Yeah. This is the program. I begin with apologies, and apologies are, I'm not really a specialist on Corona, not at all, to be honest. I know more about solid waste management in Indonesia. I also have to apologize to other speakers because after this morning session, I have to leave because I have to teach. And I would love to hear more of the presentations, but I have to apologize. Let me first give you some figures as background information. So the Netherlands is a small country. There's only 17 million residents. According to the latest figures of this morning, there have been almost exactly 2 million reported cases of COVID-19 and 18,000 deaths. Of course, there are problems with the reliability of the figures, but this gives you an idea. Every day currently, over 2,000 people are reported as new cases, and the average number of deaths is 10 per day. I would like to discuss some of the social issues and begin with the balancing act of the state. So Netherlands is a democratic state. It has a democratic chosen government, and the government is an ongoing balancing between knowing what is good for society and wishing to impose certain measures on society, but at the same time afraid to go against the wishes and the ideas of the electorate. So it's an ongoing balancing act between imposing strict measures top-down and giving individual freedom to the citizens who must decide, for instance, do I want to be vaccinated or not. When it began, the first lockdown in the Netherlands started the 13th of March 2020. The Prime Minister Mark Rutte spoke of an intelligent lockdown. So he consciously avoided to use the word lockdown. This is not something that the state enforces upon the citizens, but he asked for an intelligent lockdown, meaning the citizens have to think themselves, they have to be intelligent and to do what is good, what is right in those circumstances. And he was making an appeal on, oh, but we Dutch people, we are so intelligent. And I think this is, of course, well, in any case, we shouldn't take it too seriously. As part of this balancing act, there were regular press conferences, which were huge media events. The last press conference ended just, let me have a look at my watch, ended perhaps 6-7 hours ago on television, and these are huge media events. There are always two people speaking, the Prime Minister and then a minister who is specialized in the corona, the fight against corona, the fight against COVID-19. Two of the most important issues where the state has to balance between two bad, ugly choices. One is schools, do they have to be closed or do they have to be open? And the risk of opening schools is, of course, that children are together in large numbers. They can they play together, they hold each other. They don't keep a distance, even if they want to. The young children don't realize what does it mean to keep a distance. They want to be heard and so on. So there's risk of keeping schools open. The children themselves, when they get ill, they don't. In the Netherlands, they don't run a big risk of getting seriously ill, but they are able to transmit the virus to their parents or the grandparents. But the flip side is when you close schools, then it has enormous negative impact on the mental health of children, especially if this is done for a prolonged time. And another thing is, we know from experience, not just in the Netherlands, but anywhere in the world where education was disrupted for a long time. This has long-term effects on the so not just the short-term effect on the mental health, but long-term effects on the economic development of the individuals, but also society as a whole. And the other balancing act is the choice, do we need to protect the healthcare system, which was at the worst moments heavily overloaded and close to a breakdown. But if you have a lockdown, then it's damaging to the economy. So this is not a balancing act between the two things. I think it's very characteristic if you look at the state policy. It is an ongoing balancing act to choose between two evils. What is special is really makes the case in the Netherlands different from Indonesia, I think. It's a small country in the European Union, and within the European Union we have very open borders. This is essential. There's a free traffic of goods and persons. So it's almost impossible, if you have a lockdown, to close your borders. There is a lot of travel anyway, and especially people living close to the borders. So we share two borders, one with Germany, one with Belgium. They just cross the border for their shopping, or they live in one state and work in another state, or they live in one state and the children go to school in the other state. It's almost impossible to close the borders. So, for instance, you can see in New Zealand and Australia that is simply, that is out of the question in the Netherlands. Another thing is there's very limited capacity for the state to design its own policies. Policies have to be aligned with policies of other states in the European Union and policies of the European Union as a whole. And a last element in being part of the European Union is national prestige. And in particular, I see there's a typo in the PowerPoint here, so I apologize. The national prestige was at stake, for instance, in the speed of vaccination. And at first, the Netherlands was really lagging behind other European countries. And it was a matter of embarrassment, national embarrassment. And the Netherlands now is caught up. And I realized in the slide of the figures, I left one figure out. And this is an important figure that 82% of the adult population has been vaccinated now. Has completed vaccination, 82%. So now this is about the average in the European Union. However, what I find most interesting as a social scientist are the reactions of the people, and I can distinguish at least 5 different reactions. Let me go through them one by one. At first, when there was the first lockdown, there was kind of panic. We will be short of stocks. It was run to supermarkets and shops to buy essential goods like rice or and also toilet paper. This was, I don't know whether this is the biggest worry, but in Europe this was a big concern. And people were interviewed by the news that they always purchase such piles and piles of toilet paper, and people felt embarrassed when they were interviewed on television. Or said, no, this is normal for me, but of course it's not normal at all. In this press conferences, there was always emphasizing these are really important messages by the government. Everybody must follow what's being said here. So there is an inclusive press conference and also a sign language interpreter. And this is Irma Sluis, one of the sign language interpreters on Dutch television during the press conferences. And she became famous, really became a celebrity by her imitation of the grabbing and the hoarding by people running to supermarkets. So this was an ugly reaction, or an egoistic, I shouldn't be too judgmental, but an egoistic reaction to the first lockdowns. But there were also new forms of solidarity, especially older people had to stay inside, of course, because they were the most vulnerable. People in quarantine had to stay inside. And people were, and individuals, but also the state society at large was concerned about the loneliness of elderly people. So then you had moving images of people visiting elderly people, grandparents, staying outside, but still eager and desiring to visit. Having coffee, so bring your own coffee, sit outside. The Netherlands is a cold country, at least in winter, so you had to put on the overarm jacket, bring a chair, and then had to yell through the window in order to communicate, I presume with his grandmother, if I check the picture. And another form of solidarity was when people went into quarantine, how to do your shopping, where to get your groceries. So you had new forms of solidarity between neighbors and volunteers who served whole neighborhoods, all the people who had gone into quarantine, and bring them food. Another reaction, and this connects very well to what Professor Janilo just told us about the infodemic conspiracy theories. In Dutch it says viruswaanzin, and this is the name of a movement, and later changed its name in viruswaarheid, which is almost the same name. In Dutch you see the similarity from waanzin to waarheid. It means viruswaanzin means virus madness. And then they changed the name to virus truth. And here they're demonstrating and using banners which says the cabinet, the government is cheating the people. Get away. And sometimes it was really ugly. So when we talk about quarantine camps, perhaps, now this was never a serious idea anyway, but at some point the rumor went around that the government was planning for quarantine camps to lock up people, and then the comparison was made with the concentration camps, death camps of Nazi Germany. This is really outrageous, and many people were upset about it, but others believed in it. And it's indeed very difficult to stop these infodemics. Professor Tinilo had a very good point there. So the long-term solution must be vaccination, and there has been resistance against the vaccination. This connects well to what was explained by Professor Subarno, Professor Ali about religion and secularism, and also Dr. Elizabeth speaking about identity. So as I just said, the vaccination rate of the Netherlands as a whole is 82%. But there are enormous differences within the Netherlands. A very low vaccination rate is the so-called Bible Belt. The Bible Belt is an area which goes from the southwest to the northeast of the Netherlands. And there are many towns and villages which have a large percentage of very strict traditional Protestant believers. Not evangelicals as you have in the US. We don't call them evangelicals, it's a different church, but they're very strict believers. Well, indeed, many of them feel, yeah, but it's in the hand of God, whether you fell ill or not, and you should not try vaccination. This is against, it's not really against the will of God, but it shows a lack of trust in His wisdom. In a very recent survey, there was a difference between the municipality with the highest and the lowest vaccination rate. The highest is Schiermonnikoog. This is a small island, and it has clearly a very strong identity. Oh, we think it's important to be vaccinated. We want to have the highest vaccination rate of the Netherlands. You also have, every time there is a national election, there's a kind of friendly competition between municipalities, in which municipality are the votes counted first. And Schiermonnikoog, a small island, also often wins, is the first in this competition. At the bottom end is Urk. Urk is a very special place. It used to be an island, actually, but in the Netherlands, we love to make polders. And as an island, it became included in a large polder, and now is part of the mainland of the Netherlands. But it still has kept its strong island identity. And this identity is very much going against national policies. And it's also, by the way, part of the Bible Belt. So it's a combination of strong island identity and being part of the Bible Belt. But also around the second largest city of the Netherlands after Amsterdam, which is not particularly strict in its Christian beliefs, not at all, but it has a remarkably low vaccination rate. And this has more to do with the large number of migrants. And so we have large migrant communities, and that for other reasons they are reluctant to get vaccinated. So you had special campaigns. Here's a picture. Medical doctors going to marketplaces because it's very difficult to reach people inside their homes. There's social pressure not to be vaccinated, or there are concerns about the vaccination. So if you want to reach them, and especially if people want to, because of social control, want to hide that they're being vaccinated, it's better to vaccinate them in public spaces, in public meeting points like a marketplace here. Another form of resistance is discussion on television, in which a famous opinion maker, influencer, used the word dead wood for the people who were dying. He said, well, why do we have a lockdown? Everybody's suffering from the lockdown. Only in order to save very old people who are dead wood and would die anyway. This is like a dead wood on trees, dead branches. If there's a storm, yes, they fall off the trees. But that's a natural thing. So there's no need to protect people, these old people, from dying from corona anyway. Another form of resistance, something which annoys me a little, is people, and I have to take an sample of a mouth cap. Of course, you have to put it over your nose and mouth, but then you're wearing it like this. Yeah, that is, of course, useless. So you sit in public transport. In public transport, it's mandatory to use a mouth mask, but if you wear it this way, yeah, whom are you fooling? Is this yourself? So it's surprising. Then there are forms of protest. But more, if I'm running out of time, please let me know, and
yes,
I can hurry up a bit.
About 5 minutes.
Forms of protest, and a very important one was during the last election campaign, which happened, which is now 7 months ago, which happens in the midst of the corona crisis, in which one political party, not religious at all, but one political party making use of the infodemic, protested against any corona measures, and the populist leader had large gatherings at the moment that this was strictly forbidden. So having these gatherings in itself was a sign of protest. Hugging his followers, which was at the moment that everybody should keep a 1.5 meter distance. So this is one form of protest, and the party won a sizable number of seats. Another form of protest, now weekly mass gatherings, are against people protesting in favor of opening cafes, restaurants, music centers, music concert halls, and so on. This is a recurrent pattern. And sometimes they keep a distance, but you have also in other of these mass gatherings that people deliberately, and as a sign of protest, refuse to wear face masks, mouth mask, don't keep a 1.5 meter distance. So this is an ongoing challenge for the state, because then these gatherings, these forms of protest, on the one hand, okay, you have the freedom to protest. There's another dilemma, another balancing act. You have the freedom to protest. That's a vital, crucial democratic right in the Netherlands. But at the same time, then these mass meetings can become a source of many new vaccinations. Infections, sorry. A rapid spread of the disease. And one particular point of protest was, so at some moment, so you have the exact measures, state measures, they change from time to time. At some point, it was allowed to go to a theater, but not to have 2 or 3 day events. So many large festivals, which are especially dear to young people, were prohibited. And then at the same time, there is the Formula 1 circuit was opened, which is effectively a 3-day festival. So there was a lot of opposition. Why is Formula 1, which also gives international prestige, is allowed, but a 3-day music festival is prohibited? So another reason for protesting.
Excuse me, Pak Frick.
And then to end, about the reaction of people is people who accommodate, especially youngsters. They suffered most from the lockdown, not allowed to come together in cafes, in restaurants.
Excuse me, Pak Frick.
And there are very several ways of getting around it. So one is, during the time there was a curfew. There's no longer a curfew, but there was a curfew for some time. You have to be off the street between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. What they did, they just started gathering much earlier, so at noon, and then they could go home at 9 p.m. or
Sorry,
which made it even worse, they had to stay inside at the parties, but then had to stay and continue till 5 a.m. And in large groups.
Sorry, Pak Frik, do you hear me?
And others who calculated risk, they thought, okay, well, you can no longer go to restaurants and bars and dancings, so you don't spend money there. You just buy some drinks yourself or some food yourself. So you save, youngsters realize they saved a lot of money. And then you can you can take the risk to break the curfew, because if you get fined by the police, well, you have saved money, so now you just pay for the fine, no problem.
Sorry, Pak Frik.
It's a way of accommodating with
Can
new
you hear me,
circumstances.
Pak Frik? Hello?
What especially youngsters realized, and they had a very good point, I think, here, against curfew, that as long as people come together in bars or restaurants, there is public surveillance by the owner of the bar and the restaurant, or the police, if you like. But as soon as gatherings at home, the surveillance is gone. Nobody can check what is happening. There was an ongoing joke, a running joke, that again, during the particular phase of these regulations, it was allowed to have 3 visitors at home, but not more than 3 visitors. And then in front of the house, you could see, for instance, 10 bikes, which was an indication that there are now 10 visitors. And the police would ring the door and ask, can I have a check? And then you say, no, there are 3 people inside. But if you also enter, there are 4 visitors in the house, so that's not allowed. So the police have to stay outside. And interestingly, all traditional games that had been forgotten with all the new entertainment, now that the youngsters had to stay at home, they rediscovered these old traditional games. Now to wrap up, the interesting question is, if you look at the different changes, what will stay? And my guess is, and I mean, this is really a prediction of the future, so there's no way I can prove, but perhaps we can have a second conference in 1 year time, and then I can report again. My guess is there will be a continued bigger role for the state. Secondly, there will be a continued habit of working from home. People will have discovered how many ways it's possible and convenient, and that will stay. My guess is that there will be a change in habit in what is the socially acceptable mutual distance between people. I think this will stay bigger than it used to be. Very interestingly, there's been a positive re-evaluation of science. People realize, but perhaps at some point we should not follow politicians, but we just should follow scientists. And then there is because, perhaps you should add other things, but I really don't know. One thing could be a continued forms of solidarity. And sekian dulu. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Pak Frik, for the story. I think what you told us is confirming that COVID-19 outbreak is not just happen or experienced by developing countries, but developed countries like the Netherlands is also experience the same thing. Because as you mentioned that your country is also dealing some issues that also very popular here, like lockdown, and then about whether we close or open the school, and also we have a problem between healthcare system or economy that we have to prioritize, and then also Pak Frik mentioned about the people reaction, like panic buying as example of egoism, but at the same time also a growing solidarity among people. And also in Netherlands happened about the conspiracy theory and also about the issue of the low rate of the vaccine and so on and so on. Thank you, Pak Frik, for the story. Dear audience participants, this is quite long session because we have about 5 speakers. Now we have about less than 10 minutes. Basically, there are some questions, but due to the time constraint, I would like to select some questions. The first, I think this is, I will choose one question that can be responded by Pak Peter or Prof. Jude. This is about the hoax and misinformation. The first question is from Fauzan, asking about the situation in the US. According to him, that now the number of the COVID-19 is increased in the US. His question is whether this increasing number because of the hoax. So I think this is can be responded by Pak Peter, and then the second question is from Pak Mohyar. He mentioned that nowadays, the time of the death of expertise, many hoax emerge and shared. People are confusing and choosing the true knowledge and information. What do you think about the future of science to deal with this, with the tremendous challenges attack our humanity, reason, spirit, and all aspect of life? So there's 2 questions directed to Pak Peter, but probably because this is related to media, Prof. Jude is also can respond to this question. Pak Peter, are you still with us?
Yes, I am still here.
Okay, please, Pak Peter. Yeah.
Yes, so in the US, yes, the cases are increasing actually. Hospitals are near full capacity. And President Biden and other experts call this the pandemic of the unvaccinated. And again, it's a result of the hoax, disinformation, conspiracy theories, those who are rejecting and refusing vaccination and other health protocols, including masking and social distancing. So this is the results of those people, actually. That's why they call it the pandemic of the unvaccinated. And that's what I mentioned. The reality hits. The reality is if you're not vaccinated, then the likelihood that you're going to be hospitalized is pretty high. If you're vaccinated, you may still get infected, but the likelihood of your being hospitalized is very low. So that is published a lot now. So despite the conspiracy theories, hoaxes, and disinformation, I think the reality hits, meaning that there's a lot of changes in hearts and changes in opinions. Like, for example, the governor of Arkansas, who was preventing schools from mandating masking among children going to start going to school. And he changed it and said, oh, the courts should actually reverse my decision to agree with the Congress to prevent mandating masking. So masking can be mandated in Arkansas now. There's a change. You know why? Well, the politician actually knows the science and the fact. The only problem is they care about the constituents. They're listening to their constituents who believe in conspiracy theories and hoax and all that. So I think there are some changes in the attitudes and beliefs and behavior of even those who used to believe in conspiracy theories and hoax. That's why the vaccination rate now changed from 52 to 62 in just 1 month, because that reality. This is the pandemic of the unvaccinated. So the more facts and reality coming out, the more data coming out, is the only way to fight the conspiracy theories. They will not learn because they have the enclaves of exchanges of information on those conspiracy theories.
Thank you, Peter. I think, Prof. Jude, would you like to respond about question asking about the future of the science in the situation like right now when the fake news and the people confusing which one the true knowledge and which one are the fake, and then what do you think the future of the science in this kind of situations?
Well, if we look at professions that we have right now, and what professions are there that protect the truth, you would see that the top two professions that really have something to do with the truth, number one would be journalists, because they have to swear allegiance to the truth. And second would be scientists, because they undergo a lot of procedures to be able to determine, what actual information or not. And if we take a look at what's happening in society now, there has been a lot of attacks versus media and versus scientists, and they would like scientists and media to lose credibility because they want an agenda of what their truth should be. And that's why what to do? Well, we really have to protect these professions. And actually, these are things that the United Nations and other organizations are trying to do, is really supporting the media as media is undergoing a lot of transformation. So I think that's why are they attacking? Well, because these are institutions that are dedicated to the truth. And sometimes it is really hard to accept the truth by people, and people prefer lies than truth. They rather than having an inconvenient truth, they would have comforting lies. And as we also know, a lie repeated often can become the truth. And that was done in Nazi Germany. And that's what is trying to be done now. They learning from that, what happened in Nazi Germany. So I think this is about truth and what are we going to do with the truth in this society that we have now.
Can I add something?
Yes,
just
please.
very briefly, real quickly. So, in Indonesia, I think Indonesia is still at the receiving end of scientific advances. So the idea of health protocols in Indonesia, adopted in Indonesia, are already approved by the WHO and the international scientist community. So Indonesia itself is lacking in terms of scientific advances. The vaccine, the protocols are all from Western, mostly science. So one thing that Indonesia can do is to control their officials, to really convey what is really scientifically based and what is not scientifically based. And I'm amazed at the idea that some Indonesian government officials are actually advocating the use of parasitic drug for use for animals, ivermectin. It's a government official promoting that. I think that President Jokowi can crack down on really decimating, the leaders, opinion leaders, religious leaders, only disseminating, only informing, only giving information about what is really scientifically based. If you stick to that, then probably it helps in the people's confusion about what is scientific and what is disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Peter, and also Prof. Jude for the response to some questions. And unfortunately,
Mr. Nur Hashim, can I just say something briefly?
Oh yes, please.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Because there is a very significant question from Mohyar Fanani.
Yes.
I think it should be addressed, and I can do that very briefly.
Yeah.
He said that the different formulas of the secular state in Turkey or the theological state in Saudi Arabia, and all these formulas, he said according to him, didn't succeed yet in bringing prosperity for their people. He said the Muslim world is still backward compared to Western world. According to your opinion, my opinion, he's asking me, why does it happen? Does the secular state still will give the best possibility for prosperity? I think this is a very important question. I would like to thank Muhyar Fanani for that. And my very brief answer is that the lack of democracy, whether in Turkey as a secular state or in Saudi Arabia as a theological state. What I call in Turkey is the dictatorship of secularism, actually, which is the same as the dictatorship of the religious state. So democracy, if you look at the United States of America, where we're here now, America is a secular state, but they have a solid democracy. And that's why secularism is working. But America is not a non-religious state. In the dollar bill, you read, "In God we trust." Americans are very religious, but it's a private, kind of practicing religion. The state is a secular state, so that's what Abdurazik is calling political secularism. So my brief answer to you, Muhyar, is that democracy. The prerequisite is, tolerance and the intellectual openness and respecting the opinion of the other, which cannot happen in the lack of democracy. So what we need, that's why the Arab world, the Islamic world is backwards compared to the Western world, because all of Europe has democracy. All of the United States, this is the Western world. They have solid democracy. In America, we still say, I'm an American citizen as well, even though I was born in the Middle East, but I've been here now almost 30 years. And in America, Americans say, after 200 years, our democracy is not perfect. Nonetheless, they have this very wide margin of democracy. So the very short answer, democracy, whether it's a secular state or a theological state, if democracy is not there, it's not going to work. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Prof. Saad, for noticing the questions for yourself and then responding quickly for the questions. Dear participants and speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, due to the time, we have to close or stop here our first plenary session. I would like to thank to all invited speakers, Prof. Saad, Pak Peter, Prof. Jude, and then Pak Fricks from Columbine, Pak Frick Columbine from Free University Amsterdam, and then also Ibu Alice, who joining me in this stage. Thank you for your perspective and ideas. I think our discussion is very rich and fruitful and thoughtful. Thank you again, and we have to close our first session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, everyone, we're going to start for the second plenary on 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik UIN Wali Songo merupakan fakultas yang lahir bersamaan dengan lahirnya UIN Wali Songo. Jadi transformasi IAIN menjadi UIN kemudian memunculkan antara lain Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik. Dan fakultas ini menerima mahasiswa yang pertama kali pada tahun akademik 2015-2016. Di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik terdapat 2 prodi atau jurusan, yaitu prodi Sosiologi dan Ilmu Politik.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a break for a moment, and then we will start our second plenary session at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.